Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, my gorgeous friends. How are you? Welcome to Sewing Street. It's Thursday. It's 8 a.m.-ish, and I'm Stuart Hillard. It's great to have your company. We have got the most fantastic, fantastic morning coming on. We're celebrating Christmas in July, and if no one said it to you yet today, Merry Christmas. Let's start with a gift that everyone can get. If you shop with us today, you will get a pin badge, our exclusive and very, very collectible, I think, pin badge celebrating Christmas in July, while stocks last. I have to say that. But also as well, another gift for you, our early bird. Oh, look, there's like little snowflakes, because it's Christmas. That's why I'm wearing my tank top. Right, our early bird today is the personal craft journal. I love a list. I don't know about you, but I love a list. And I can't tell you how much it improves my creativity, my productivity, and also my sense of achievement as I tick things off my list. So I'm a fan. Now, we've had them for knitting, we've had them for crochet. This is our first craft journal. So this is absolutely ideal. Let me show you. It's spiral bound. You've got that lovely hard cover. It's really smart and attractive as well, isn't it? And then when we dive in, and the whole idea about this is about being organised, yes, but also about that sense of what jobs do I need to do, what equipment do I need, getting organised. This could be actually your Christmas gift journal, where you keep a record of all the things you're going to make for Christmas. I mean, I always start out with good intentions, and I do often give handmade gifts, but they're small things, you know. Now, this isn't dated, this isn't set to 2025 or something like that. You can use this over a period of years. Love the sort of patchworky background with the hexagons. If you do craft stalls, you could keep notes of what your best sellers are, maybe, what goes down well, or any suggestions from customers, what you've used, where you got it from, so that you can reproduce the same thing. So what you've got there is like a double page spread. And I love the fact that it's spiral bound, so it does sit completely flat. You've got the name of the project, inspired by, love that. And then you've got your materials, so you've got your supplies, you've got the colour, the cost, where you purchased it from. This is really useful, actually, if you do make and sell, or if you're making to gift or whatever, just to keep track of what you're using. The tools as well, and I think it's quite useful as well sometimes. Like, for example, if I'm doing a plique on the sewing machine, I have a little bit of washi tape on my machine that records the number, the size of the stitching that I like to use. But it'd be much better off in a little book, wouldn't it, in a journal. Put your sewing machine settings there. A photo of the project, either finished or in progress. That would be fun. And then things to remember: eat. Don't forget snacks. You could put little bits of fabric, couldn't you, actually? You could use it as like a swatch board, something like that. And then the date started, the time taken, and the recipient. This is useful as well if you make and sell, to know how long it took you to make. And then your journal really is more pages like that, so you can keep a record. This would be a really fun thing to be able to look back on at the end of perhaps the year or a season, to see all the different things that you had made. Yeah, you know, if you, just to keep a record, because so often people will say, oh, well, could you make me a bag? Or what sort of things? Rather than digging into your sort of stash of, oh, and I don't have this bag again, but it looks like this. You could actually say, well, this is a photo of it. So you've actually got that sort of record, almost like a catalogue. Now, let's talk about the price. It should be $14.95. You're not paying that today. It is dropping to $11.95. That's a very, very giftable price. That is a very Secret Santa, stash it, ready to gift for somebody Christmas, or actually any time of the year. It could be a lovely birthday gift. Actually, good point. It was my friend Maxine's birthday yesterday. I'm seeing her tomorrow. Maxine does amazing crafting, actually. She's going to be joining me on my stand this year at Festival of Quilts with her stained glass. Yeah. Friday, I think she's going to be there. Friday, Saturday. Yeah, with her stained glass. So make sure you come and see us, J66. And also, of course, don't forget, Sewing Street will be at Festival of Quilts every day as well. So make sure you come and see both of us. Oh, love that. That would be a great gift. That would be a great gift. It should be $14.95. You're saving £3. It's our early bird. It also means that your shopping basket's open. And remember, you only pay 1p&p for the entire day. And that's whether you buy a craft journal or whether you buy yourself an amazing cutie quilting frame. Have you seen the schedule for today? I think we should see it. Let's look at the menu. I am really excited about today. Now, we're starting off with 3 brand new Christmas ranges of fabric from Lewis and Irene, including a flannel collection, including flannel bumbleberries, would you believe? Absolutely gorgeous. At 9 o'clock, the legend that is Jane Greenoff is in the house with Cross Stitch Guild Christmas. Now, actually, in the first hour, we're going to be focusing on her beautiful monthly tile patterns. Here is July. How gorgeous is that? Absolutely beautiful. If you haven't kept up with the months or you haven't started yet, don't worry, you can make these standalone projects. But if you're collecting them today, we are launching July. That's with Jane Greenoff at 9. Now at 10 o'clock, Samantha Williams is here from J&B Sewing Machine Company with the Grace Cutie Breeze quilting frame. Check this out. Now, I get inquiries all the time about long arm quilting, quilting on a frame, how to quilt easier, quicker, more skillfully. Oh my goodness, this could just be the answer to your quilting prayers. Absolutely amazing. Tabletop frame. You use your regular sewing machine on this frame to effectively long arm quilt your quilts in a frame. Absolutely brilliant. If you've got any questions, get them in. This is tabletop. This will fit in any home. It is portable. You can take that frame off and stack it against the wall. We're doing a special price. Do you know, I'm just going to tell you, you're going to save £100 on the frame. If you're checking out now, we're crashing that price. I'm sorry, I've spoiled it. I've spoiled it! But I couldn't wait to tell you. Whether you check out now or you check out later when we've done the crash, you are going to pay that lower price. And can I just say as well that this effectively is a Festival of Quilts price. All right. I think lots of us, when we go to festival, we know that there's going to be a special price on this, a special price on that. Well, this is a festival price, genuinely a festival price, but we've got split pays. So if you want to use the split pay option, you can do it. You can do it. Use the split pay if that helps. Don't get split pay at Festival. Amazing price, amazing price. Can't wait for that. Right, back to the menu. At 11 o'clock, Jane Greenoff is here, and we really will be going hard at Christmas in the 11 o'clock with Jane. Some gorgeous, brand new... I don't know why I said that. Brand new. Look at this. I love that. I love a sampler. It's quintessential cross-stitch, isn't it, a sampler? That's absolutely beautiful. Look at that beautiful poinsettia. I definitely couldn't kill that. I'm terrible with poinsettias. I always kill them. Well, I don't kill them, but I let them die. Yeah. Anyway, and then at 12 o'clock, Samantha is back. We will be doing a bit of a roundup of the cutie frame, but also we've got the amazing TrueCut rotary cutting rulers and rotary cutter. If you've never seen this before, this is ergonomic. This will be so much kinder on your wrists, your elbows. It is amazing. And if you wobble when you rotary cut, if you are really struggling with accuracy or pain when you rotary cut, watch that. I think for anybody, even if you're not having issues, it is such a comfortable way to cut. Absolutely brilliant. And you can use these rotary cutters and rulers without each other, if you like. So if you want to try a more ergonomically designed rotary cut, grab yourself a TrueCut. Brilliant. Right, okay. Now, just to remind you of our early bird today, it is the craft journal, a great way of keeping track of your makes. It has a double-page spread for every project with space for a photograph or progress pictures or swatches. A list of materials and supplies, space for notes. Would you make this again? Yes, no, obviously. Any changes you'd want to make? Absolutely brilliant way to keep track. Rather beautiful thing. And lots of gorgeous, gorgeous space in there for your projects. I'm just going to let you know at home that the Grace Cutie frame is absolutely flying. Now, we launched this. We've had one show where we've launched this previously, and I know all the stock went. We've got a bigger stock this time, but it's limited. It is limited. What I love about this frame is that the handles now come up and over. So this is truly like a long arm quilting machine where your hand position would be, your elbow position. Rather than having them low down, they're now up and over the machine. So this is the most sort of ergonomic, comfortable position. Absolutely a fantastic opportunity to take your quilting to new heights. Easier, portable, will fit in any home. Now, let's talk about how to shop. If you're new to the channel, welcome. We're one big happy family here. You can shop in a variety of ways. We've got an app. You can watch us online. Easiest way, go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. You can use our free phone customer service. It's UK-based, 0800 001 4433. But if you go on the website, just click on Watch Live, there at the top. It will take you through. There we go, there we go. You can also send us a little message there. We love messages. We love messages. I've got some lovely messages to read out, actually. And then when you scroll down, you'll see our early bird, and you'll see two columns. You'll see coming up on today's show, and then you'll see today's show deals. That's everything that we've already seen on the show. So there's nothing there at the moment. All your brand new Lewis and Irene Christmas fabrics, including those wonderful flannels. We've also got, oh, look at that panel. Small Things, Celtic. Oh, Scottie dog, mother-in-law, instant hit. Cushion. Honestly, my mother-in-law adores Scottie dogs. Absolutely adores Scottie dogs. You've got those beautiful... Look! Oh, brilliant. We're going to go to that in just a second, actually. We've got some lovely collections. The brand new tile from the Cross Stitch Guild on Ada or linen. This is the brand new tile from Jane Greenoff. Gorgeous, isn't it? I've also got some beautiful Christmas projects from Jane, and they're obvious heirlooms, aren't they? You bring them out every year, you reminisce. It's just, I don't know, it's a piece of the past. They just are so beautiful. There's that Gracie Cutie frame. Absolutely brilliant. Remember, we are dropping that price by £100. Today's the day, my friends. Get yourself the Cutie frame. No one's card is charged till midnight, so you can shop prior to any price crashes. You get the lowest price. Remember as well, you pay 1p&p, £4.95 to get this home. No carrying it home from a show. No waiting to see what am I going to pay. I can tell you, this is festival price. Our price today is festival price. So don't wait. Use the split pays if you want. Get it home in about 5 days. Get quilting. Have you got quilt tops that need finishing? Now's the time. And then, of course, loads of beautiful Christmas projects. Look at those. Now's the time to be getting on with those gorgeous little Christmas projects, nice handwork, perhaps while you're on your summer holidays. Now, we've got the TrueCut rulers and rotary cutters. We've also got really important starter set. Now, this is, if you buy nothing else, this is the starter set to get. It's a 6x24 ruler. You've got your ergonomic TrueCut rotary cutter, and you've also got the True grips, which are these dots that go on the back of the rulers to make them completely non-slip. All comes in a bag as well. You're making a fantastic saving there. I think of around £20. Absolutely brill. Absolutely brill. You did. Yeah. And also, there's loads and loads of design features in TrueCut that Samantha will tell us about. But I remember them being in the Craft Awards. They were finalists. They were finalists in the Craft Awards, and they were highly commended, because it's innovative. And you know, the pain and the pressure of rotary cutting on wrists in particular and elbows is, I mean, it's notorious. We all know what it feels like to cut 200 squares and have that wrist ache and that elbow ache. What TrueCut have done is to make it ergonomic so that your wrist is in a natural position. Where the weight, the pressure is right where the blade is. So the cutting's easier. Absolutely brilliant. Right, okay. Shall we launch into it? Let's do this. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. We're going to start with Lewis and Irene. And I've got Small Things Celtic. And I'm going to start with a bundle. Celtic, absolutely beautiful. There's something about that kind of, the plaids, the Highland cues. You have to say it like that, don't you? The Highland cues, the stags, the Scottie dogs I have not seen before. Absolutely gorgeous. And that wonderful panel too. Before I forget, bright good morning to Hillary, to Jan, to Claire, to Delia. Also had lots of other lovely comments, but I can't seem to get them all up on the screen. I'm going to pop it over there. It's sort of half the screen and I can't see. I know there were lots more messages. Right, let's have a look at the bundle anyway. So to start with, you're getting the fabulous panel. Now, I so want this. It's absolutely, I'm going to hold it up so you can see how beautiful. Big as well. You've got the thistles, you've got the magnificent stag, you've got the Highland cue, and you've also got the Scottie. And I mean, don't you think once this is all quilted, that you really do need to put a little bell, a collar and a little bell. Can I just show you here? A little collar and a bell here round the Scottie dog's neck, or even like a little coat, couldn't you? You could applique that on before you quilted it and then just sew the bell on at the end. That would be so cute, a little wall hanging. But you've also got the coo, you've got the stag, and you've got the thistle. So that's your panel. You've also got your fabulous coordinating fabrics that go with. Love the colour palette. It's really, really classy. You've got your stag's heads, you've got your Scottie dogs, you've got this beautiful thistle print. It's really, really lovely, isn't it? Look at the little goose. The colourways are just soft, gentle, really beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous with the Scottie dogs there. I'm a little bit obsessed with those. More goose. Very designer, aren't they? That plaid is delicious. Absolutely delicious. That would be wonderful for a shirt. Derek? Don't you think, though? Really lovely. That green is so soft, isn't it? And this colour, I can't put my finger on what, excuse me, what that colour is. It's somewhere between an orange and a red, isn't it? But it's just absolutely gorgeous. So it's vibrant, but it's still soft. Beg your pardon. And then that plaid, again, I want meters and meters of that. Now, we do have these by the half metre, so I think this is going to be really popular. Anyway, gorgeous. All of that, all of that. Now, normally we would take off half a metre maybe for a bundle, but we're going to do something special for you today. Watch this. It should be £94.89. You might save half a metre. You're actually going to save a tenner today. £10 off the price. You're paying £84.89 for this. And remember, you are getting 10 half metres, 10 half metres, and this beautiful, beautiful panel featuring 4 really large images. Just fab, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to grab a tape measure and just measure. Bear with me for a second. Here we go. Just to see the size. So each of those panels, approximately 17 inches square, and that's going right out to that sort of outer border. Gives you that wiggle room. 4 cushions, 4 cushions, 4 tote bags, yeah, front of a tote bag, calico on the back, absolutely beautiful. Or you could easily make this into a wall hanging, couldn't you, or a quilt. Either leave it as it is, maybe add a border, quilt it, or you could cut the squares out and then rejoin, maybe with some pieced sashing with a little bit of patchwork, add a border. Beautiful. Also, I think because you've got the circles, don't shoot me down here. Okay, because this frame is absolutely gorgeous, but I am thinking that you could cut out as a circle, quilt it, then cut out as a circle and bind it, and have these as 4 placemats. Would be lovely. That would be lovely. Actually, you say that. Hannah's just said, all curtains for portholes. You say that. I was in a department store, haberdashery, the other day, okay, at an emergency, and needed bobble trim. At a bobble trim emergency. And I went into a department store, and there was a lady there who was buying some wadding, and I was earwigging because I thought it might be a quilt. And then basically she was making porthole covers for her narrowboat. Yes, for her narrowboat. And she padded them, and they went in fixed in the windows. So there. Anyway, absolutely brilliant deal. You're saving £10. You get 10 half metres, all these beautiful fabrics, plus your panel for £84.89. Gorgeous. I've got 14 left. Could I have the screen, please, where I've got the what's. That'd be brilliant. Amazing. Thank you. Love that. This is absolutely beautiful. I've liked all of these small things ranges, but this is my favourite. The colours are gorgeous. And it's not that Christmas. Well, it's not Christmassy, really, is it? We haven't got holly berries or Father Christmas. It's got almost an autumny into winter feel, but actually if you wanted to use these fabrics in spring, you could. This is giving me that kind of, I'm going for a gorgeous weekend to a gorgeous cottage in the country, and I want a lovely little bag or some accessories, you know. Beautiful, very, very usable, and the quality, as always, is amazing. Now, if you want to get the panel on its own, I know lots of you do. I do. You can get it on its own. Lots on pre-order. Lots of you have already got this. $14.99. Now, once everyone's checked out, 14 left. 14 left. 14 left already. We haven't even, or just about seen it. So you get your Scottie dog, your coo, your stag, and your thistles. Love it. With some really nice opportunities for quilting there as well. Maybe on your new cutie. It's still just a really small area with the messages, so I can't see what's been messaged before, or you know what I mean. I can literally only see 4 messages rather than all of them. Let me see. Sorry, because I like to read your messages, you see. Anyway, how would you use this? I would get a coordinate or two. I would put a little border around this, or some quilt it and then add some piping cord. Do lovely plumptious cushions, and 4 of them for $14.99. If you wanted to use calico for the backing, get yourself 2 meters of our 60-inch wide calico. That'll give you enough to back when you quilt each panel, and enough for an envelope back for 4 cushions. Great value. Really, that's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. Right, let's go. Oh, brilliant, Michael. You're an absolute star. Thank you. Right, I can read some messages now. Right then, Scottie dogs. Let me find them. I've got 2 different colourways of Scottie dogs. Purple with green. We all love this one. Love this one. I can imagine a handbag, Hannah. I thought exactly the same. Either outer or lining, or a combination of the 2. It's gorgeous. Look at that. And the scale's gorgeous, isn't it? Because it's detailed enough that you could use it on small things, but also would look fantastic in larger pieces. Yeah, dressmaking. The cuffs, the collar, the button stand on a shirt would be gorgeous. Right, I can say some proper good mornings now. Hayden says, hi all, hello you. Anne says, morning lovely Stuart, my darling, good morning to you. Donna says, morning all, morning. Steph says, morning all. Ooh, you've got a tank top on. I do. Sid says hi. Steph is currently doing a lot of amigurumi, and it's fabulous because everything she makes, she's getting better and better. She's learning how, and they're looking amazing. Morning to Wendy. Delia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Looking forward to today's show. It's exciting. Claire says, morning, Stuart and all. Jan says, morning, Stuart and team. Hilary says, morning. Steph says, rust. This. Yeah, sort of. No, that's more browny orange. This is more... We've got actually a solid called hot tomato. It's that sort of orange tomato soup, you know, the tin tomato. Yeah, that one. It's that kind of colour, I think. Anyway, absolutely beautiful. Look at the price. That's a great price, isn't it? For a ½ metre, $7.99. That's a great price. Fabulous. Love that. Okay, next Scottie dog. This is on that lovely kind of just slightly off-white background. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Now you see, if you were literally to buy 2 fabrics, this and this. Yeah? PJs? Oh, a dog coat, yes, or a dog bed. Yeah, that would be gorgeous, a dog bed. Or you could use something like Lamifix and do like a bone-shaped mat for the dog bowls. And also as well, let's talk make to sell. I was mentioning this earlier with the craft journal. When you make to sell, I think one of the things, a big favour you can do yourself is creating things which have a distinctive look, but also that just kind of ooze kind of classy and sort of have a look, but are also a little bit subtle as well. And this has got a distinctive look, but it's also subtle, because I think of the scale. It's sort of just lovely and smart. And it's got personality, but it's also smart. It's classy. It's got a kind of, you know, this plaid I'm obsessed with. We have to do this next, please. Gorgeous stuff. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. But I'm just going to grab the other quarter of the stock's gone, actually. Just going to grab this one back for a second, because again, look, see those two together. Just gorgeous. That combination, yeah? Easy to put together. So why don't we do that plaid while we're here? So this is the green and purple plaid. Now I need to let you know I've got fewer than 10 meters left. So absolutely lovely. We'll put the purple Scottie dogs in the side graphic because those two are just a perfect pairing. I need to say a bright good morning to my youngest fan, Simon. Good morning, my lovely. Morning. And morning, Mum Alana as well. Looking forward to seeing you both at Festival. That's the purple. And then I've also got that, what did we decide? Tomatoey red, plaid, whatever it is, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I've got even less of that. It's been very, very popular. Absolutely flying into baskets. Because, you know, this is Christmassy or not Christmassy at all. It's all about where you use it and how you use it. Imagine making a Christmas stocking, like the cuff, the backing, out of that. Gorgeous. But equally, I would use that with some pleather to make a really smart day bag, yeah, for any time. Clutch bag, very nice. Paprika, Steph, I like that more. Paprika, I think we've hit on it. It's Hungarian paprika. Tracy says, morning, Stuart. Loving this fabric on a soggy Isle of Wight. Oh, you are so lucky. The Isle of Wight is such a beautiful, beautiful place. And I will be there doing a talk and a workshop in September or October. No, it's September. It's September. It is September. Right, next up, cows, coos. Let's do coos. They're not any old coos, they're Highland coos. The teddy bear of the cow world, I think. Let's start with green. Oh, do you want to do purple? Yeah, let's do purple. No worries. There's the purple. They are really cute. Now, even though these are small, they are mighty and detailed. Look at the detail. And also, I love that little Celtic. Gosh, I didn't even see that, you know, at first glance. Those little Celtic knots. If you've had a look at my Instagram or Facebook recently, you'll have seen I'm currently a little bit obsessed with Celtic knots. Just designed a quilt using a Celtic knot. Beautiful. Charlie and I would love Highland cows on the farm, but cows need very specialist sort of handling equipment, and Highland cows have their own handling equipment because they're so wide. Even though they're little, they're ever so small, Highland cows, really, in the great scheme of things. But their horns are so wide. Like feeding, everything has to be special for them because of their horns. I'm a bit like that. I have to have my own sofa. That's the kind of lilac-y purple. And then we've also got it in the green. And again, as well, these play really nicely with the other fabrics. If you wanted to throw a little bit of plaid in there, it's going to work. Yeah, yes, absolutely. A lot of these fabrics have got quite a nice sort of, you know, kind of neutral look to them, haven't they? Like kind of gender neutral, really. There's that plaid. And then the Highland Celtic check in green. It's lovely. The green check inside, by the way, is very, very close to selling out. So if you'd like that. This is also, these fabrics, like with the cows and the Scottish dogs, stuff like that, really worth getting if you want to do like I Spy quilts. Anything with motifs on are really good to kind of have in your stash. Let's do thistles. Oh, is my mic funny? Okay. If I go quiet, you'll know why. So these are the thistles. Steph says, why do you say coos and not cows? It's just, it's Highland cows are always called Highland coos, aren't they? I suppose it's the accent, yeah. Like a tartan true, yeah. I'll go quiet for a minute. Good. Right, sorry about that, everybody. I'm back in the room. There we go. Right. So that is the thistle check. I love how they've all got this sort of texture in the background. There's interest everywhere, isn't there? Absolutely lovely. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. Right, next. Oh gosh, a little mess here. It's the tank top, everyone. It's the tank top, I'm telling you. It's coming off. Right, okay, so that's that. Now, next up, I've got the kind of white background. And it is a soft white, but kind of an ecru, really, background. With a very, very soft, almost like tan check in the background. And then you've got those gorgeous thistles. If I pop my hands there, you can sort of see the scale. My hands for scale. So, yeah, I mean, really, if you're doing something like EPP and you wanted to isolate those motifs, absolutely. If you wanted, I mean, they'd be lovely on covered buttons. Can you imagine having a little button with a thistle on it? But equally, you know, if you wanted to use those, say, in a border, or in sashing, absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I might just have to use some of this in my new Celtic project. Because I know guys at Lewis and Irene. And then my last two fabrics from that collection are stags. Beautiful, beautiful motif, this. I suppose they've got the most Christmassy look, maybe. You've got your ecru, you've got your green. Should we start green? Yeah. It's a lovely moss, isn't it? Is that gorgeous? Or sage green, maybe? Really lovely. I love the names of colours. Do you know what I mean? I know they've just said green. But I love the interesting, yeah, I love the stories. There's a brilliant book, actually, about colour. See, yeah, absolutely. With these days, we just take for granted all the colours that we've got for things. But you imagine in years gone by, even in Victorian times, there was a green, shade of green, really bright green, that was made, I think, from arsenic. And it was used for clothing and feathers on hats and flowers and wallpaper. And it was deadly poisonous. And it was sort of came out and it was kind of was poisoning the wearers, that kind of thing. But it was the height of fashion, and everybody wanted it because it was a brand new colour. Now, of course, our dyes are safe and they're, Stop. Yeah. We don't do that anymore. We don't do that anymore. Gorgeous. But I do find the stories interesting, and how sort of colours come in and out of fashion and why they come in and out of fashion. Anyway, there you go. There's the stags on that gorgeous warm tan. Beautiful. What a lovely range. Now just remember, if you want to get all of those fabrics, including the panel, we do have a mega bundle, and you're saving £10, which is way more than the price of half a metre of fabric. So we've done you a very special little deal today. So you get a 5 metres, 10.5 metres of all the coordinates. Some of these are close to selling out or sold out, in fact, on their own. The panel as well. Oh, Stuart, I wasn't going to buy... Oh, come back. Come back. Annette, come back. Oh, Stuart, I wasn't going to buy today, but anything with a stag, and I'm there. Love these and love the fabric. Oh, Annette, I know what you like. I know what you mean, rather. I'm exactly the same. I think, no, I'm not going to... Oh, now then. Yeah, now I need that. It's awful but wonderful at the same time. Gorgeous. Now, Teddy has a request. Can you show the red check and the red thistles together, please? Teddy in Wimbledon. Of course I can. That's what I'm here for. So it's the red check and the thistles together. Yep. Absolutely. So there's the red check. Don't hang about if you want the red check, actually. And there is the thistle. Beautiful. Love that. I tell you what I would be inclined to do if it was me, I think. I'll just show you something. I would just the smallest little bit of something in between. You could use a solid in there as well. Maybe. Or even pull out this golden yellow and have a little something. Hope that helped, Teddy. You're welcome. You're welcome. Right. That's small things. We're going to look at flannels next. Okay, so I'm very excited about this because we don't often get flannel fabrics, and these are a brushed cotton, so they just like your cotton fabrics, but they've been brushed, so they have this wonderful snuggly feel to them. How about this gorgeous collection for £63.92? You get 8.5 meters. Would you like a saving on this? All right then. All right then. Have half a metre for free. I'll open these out a little bit so you can see how beautiful is that. So it's still 100% cotton, but it's been brushed. So it just has this most beautiful snuggly feel to it. So that's just kind of main feature print, if you like. You've got that in that beautiful robin egg blue. You've also got it in a tan. Okay, and then you've got some absolutely gorgeous fabrics that go with. Here's one of this is a flannel bumbleberry. How beautiful is that? Little berries, gorgeous. You've got your red flannel again, flannel. That, absolutely stunning. Gorgeous this, isn't it? Real, like, gorgeous kind of wintry. It's actually called New Forest Winter, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. Now, use this for patchwork and quilting, of course. My top tips for working with flannel, I've got a couple. One would be that pin it well when you're working with it, because the brushedness does make it so smooth and soft that it needs that pinning to hold the layers together when you're sewing. Otherwise, they can slip and move a little bit and just creep while you're sewing. So pin well. Some people use a walking foot when they're sewing with flannel. I've done both. I think as long as you've pinned it, it's fine. The other thing as well is that it is still 100% cotton. It's got that same weight as quilt weight cotton, but so it can be brushed, it is a slightly looser weave. Not looser weave, but just come nice and close. It's very difficult to see. Yeah, it's difficult to see. Yeah. I think you just have to think about those lovely brushed cotton pajamas or bedding that you might have used, and it's that. It's that. It's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, the print quality is absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. And I love the coordinates. They are absolutely stunning. You're getting ½ metre for free in the bundle. We are in our teens with this, and that amazing duck egg blue. It's just absolutely beautiful, isn't it? So gorgeous. Now let's do ½ meters. We'll do the main design first in the duck egg blue or robin egg blue. You know, I think, can you imagine just making some pillowcases out of those two? Yeah, would be absolutely, or what you could do, let's just see. Oh, a hot water bottle cover would be absolutely gorgeous. See, that would be lovely, wouldn't it, as a pillowcase with a little folded flange, and then there's the main part of your pillow and the sides. Just do 2 of those, and I would quilt them as well. I would do diamond crosshatch quilting and have those on the bed super snugly. You could do pillows, you could do cushions, you could do a lovely throw with that. £7.99 ½ metre. What about hot water bottle covers? So I'm going to change the direction of this. So this is the bottom of your hot water bottle cover, and then you've got the top of your hot water bottle cover. I would have that wider there, right? And then this would be your button band. So you'd have like 3 buttons to then be able to put your hot water bottle inside. Morning, Stuart. I made a child's quilt with a previous Lewis and Irene brushed cotton range. I chose one of the smaller prints as the backing. It was so snuggly. Oh, Kirsty, absolutely. If you've never used it before, it's hard to describe just how soft and snuggly and sort of comforting and inviting. It's pure cotton. It's pure cotton, and it washes beautifully. You could make lounge pants. You could make pajamas. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. So that's your main print in robin egg blue. We've also got it. Oh, be careful with that one. I've less than 10 metres left. And then we've got the tan background. Absolutely beautiful again. Isn't that cute? What about quilted slippers? Oh, well now then, yeah. My new book, actually, can I just give it a quick plug? My new book, Quilts from the Country, launches on the 12th of September. Okay, we'll have it here at Sewing Street on the 1st of September with an exclusive TV launch, but I will also have it at Festival of Quilts next week. I will have limited copies, but you can get it next week. There's a pair of slippers, quilted slippers, in that book. It would be beautiful to make slippers out of brushed cotton. Can you imagine slipping your feet in between layers of brushed cotton, quilted brushed cotton? How utterly, snugly and gorgeous. Stop it, Michael. I heard that. Gorgeous. Right, that's that. I love this range. I wanted to, yeah, the bumbleberries in the red. It's just absolutely beautiful. And this coordinates so well with either the tan version, if you're looking for an easy coordinate, that, or that. But yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And as a backing, Kirsty was saying she'd used brushed cotton on the back of a quilt. This would be perfect for that too. But actually, they're all the same price, so you could have the feature fabric on the back, you could have bumbleberry on the back. Absolutely gorgeous. You can also use this for things like accessories that you would wear. So, for example, you could make a really snuggly infinity scarf or a little kind of wrap scarf. Or you could line a hat. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. Love that shade of red. Also, you can mix your brushed and your non-brushed fabrics together. There's absolutely no reason why you can't mix brushed and non-brushed together, and lots of quilts do combine the two. So keep that in mind. Right, next up, I'd really like to do this berry print. It is very, very nice. There we go. Love that. Again, mixing that look with that bumbleberry, but also I'm going to grab back the plaid because again, I think that works beautifully together and you absolutely can mix the two. So that's your winter berries in cream. Let's do the cream bumbleberries. Very, very popular, this one. Again, really lovely to have that gorgeous cream coordinate in a flannel, in a brushed cotton. This would be good to coordinate with so many things, wouldn't it? And also as well, brushed cotton works really well with like wool felt, for wool felt applique or penny rugs, that kind of thing. Works really, really well. Stunning. Right, next up, this fabulous sort of is somewhere between chartreuse and wasabi, I think. Half the stock of this is gone. Can you imagine actually a little girl's dress, like a pinafore in this? Or a big girl's pinafore, yeah? Oh, Rebecca Reed would look gorgeous in that. Absolutely beautiful. That would really suit her. It's beautiful, isn't it? $7.99 a half metre. Remember, it's cut to order. So if you want 2.5 metres, say, for a pinafore dress, 5 units, easy. Right, same print, but with this black background. I'm a little bit obsessed with this. Isn't that gorgeous? And I think as well, it's a soft black, but also the brushing of the cotton has softened it further. So you get that gorgeous, it's dramatic, but it's not kind of, you don't lose yourself in the black. It's softer. Last fabric in that range that I have are the berries again, with that black background. Again, this, I would love a hot water bottle cover in this. And again, you could really just keep this very simple, very classy. Just use the cream bumbleberries, brushed cotton with it. And I would do some buttons, either on a pillow, a cushion, or a hot water bottle cover. And you've just got a really, really classy project there. Gorgeous. Right, now, we do have a mega bundle of that. We have a mega bundle of that. If you would like to get all the fabrics, 1/2 metre of each, and you are saving, are you making a saving? 1/2 metre, yeah. It's not showing on the, sorry, okay. So it should be 63.92. You're paying 55.93 because you are getting 1/2 metre for free. So you get your 2 big robin prints, you get your 2 bumbleberries, again, brushed cotton, And then these beautiful, dramatic black prints. And then your fabulous wasabi green. And then that beautiful final pop of the berries. Just lovely, isn't it? What a fab new range. It's called New Forest Winter, which sounds like ponies running through snow, doesn't it? And robins and berries and just all that loveliness. I wouldn't say no to a bit of summer, to be perfectly honest, but here I am talking about snow, Jane Greenoff. Jane Greenoff's in the house, by the way. She'll be joining me in just a few minutes with the first of 2 shows from Cross Stitch Guild. Very excited about that. Also, don't forget, in a little while at 10 o'clock, we're going to be launching the brand new Cutie frame from the Grace Company. Super excited about that. I do need to just let you know, though, that the price is crashing. If you check out now, you're not going to lose that price crash. Your credit card doesn't get processed until midnight. So any price crashes will basically include everybody. Absolutely amazing, but they are flying out. Now would be a great time to check out your basket. Get it in advance, make sure you have it, and then you can sit back and watch the show. Absolutely brilliant, brilliant piece of kit, this. Brilliant piece of kit. Wow, cool. Now then, in the next hour, we've got Jane Greenoff. We have got the brand new floral tile, July. But I need to let you know, Jane, need to let you know, half the stock's already gone. Before we even get to air, it's 8:57, half the stock of that brand new tile, the July tile, has already gone. So I would use the break to get that in your basket and check out before you miss out. I'll see you after this.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Well, it's always a special day at Sewing Street when this one's here. It's Jane Greenoff. Hello, you.
Fine, fine. How are you doing, everybody?
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Good.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
it's absolutely
good.
brilliant to see you.
And you.
And thank you for bringing so many inspiring projects for us today. And also, thank you for giving us, you know, something every month, something brand new. These floral tiles.
They've been good, haven't they?
They're out of this world, Jane. I absolutely love them.
I know when the plan was made, which would have been sort of last September time, in my head, you know, that's just 12 tiles.
Sure.
Then, of course, it's, oh, we might make a quilt. Then it's, oh, they need to go together.
Of course.
We need to make them work. And,
Yeah.
and. Anyway, it's been fine.
A lot of demands on your talents, but this isn't your first rodeo.
No, that's very true. It isn't my first rodeo.
And they are absolutely flying
And
out.
people have loved them, which is great.
It is wonderful, isn't it? It must be great when you've designed something that just
Yes,
hits that chord.
And also, you know, I know it's ridiculous, but when people stitch it and it looks like the one I meant it to, is always an enormous relief.
I mean, it's a win, isn't it? Today's a good day. We are launching the July tile
Can you read
today.
it, sweetie?
And here it is. It is completely gorgeous. Now, you've got two choices here in the kit. You can either stitch it on linen or Aida. Quick question, Jane. If I make it on linen or Aida, are they going to be different sizes?
No, they're not. That's ever so important. And in fact, if I can show you on here, I think I can, yes. Here's proof, okay?
So
There's
this one
the
right
tile.
here is on linen
Yeah.
that I've got in the frame.
And this is on the Aida.
So exactly the same size.
So the trick with Aida, if you've not done counter cross stitch before, and it's make a bit nerve-wracking, I will talk about that again in a minute, but if you want to be able to see the squares clearly, then obviously the Aida fabric, it was actually called after the opera, so in theory
Oh, it really was?
It was actually Aida, but everybody calls it Aida. And it's not even a modern fabric. It was invented over 120 years ago. So it's not a sort of painted by numbers version. There's nothing absolutely wrong with this. You do sometimes need to learn how to work on linen because there are some stitches you can't make on the Aida, but not in this case. This, as you can see, it works beautifully.
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, well, I'm going to show you first of all the graphics for linen. So that's this version here that we've got in a frame. And I think, I mean, they do work absolutely beautifully in frames,
They
don't
do,
they?
yes. And these frames were very inexpensive from a well-known high street shop.
Excellent. That you
Are we going
cannot
to
name
open
for
one
legal
now?
reasons. I'm going to open the linen
Now, you
kit.
know what they're made of, don't you? We stick them down with elephant spit. Were you aware of that?
Nice, I wasn't aware
No
of
elephants
that.
are ever hurt. You know. This is all historic from when our kits were, all those years ago, sold in department stores. People would steal from them,
Oh,
which is a bit mean.
Unbelievable.
So, of course, now you can't get into them easily.
So
Right,
you're
so-
getting your sort of, I mean, pretty much life-size.
Yes,
coloured
they're very
chart.
good charts, actually. This is straight off my computer program. So that's how it's done, designed on a machine. These are colour and symbol. Now, generally, I think cross-stitchers prefer symbols because, and that's a symbol version.
You get that too.
It's very clear, and also you can colour in the bits you've done with a
Yeah.
pencil or a highlighter. Publishers like coloured ones because they're much prettier to look at.
You can't argue with a symbol, though.
No.
I've had a lot of charts where I'm like, is it that green or is it that green?
Absolutely.
Greens fox me.
But yes, and we do have a few of our members are actually colourblind and love to stitch, which I don't quite understand. But they have to have symbol charts, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you get both.
No, it's great to have both, isn't it? Because also having the coloured pattern gives you sort of an idea of where you're aiming, and they are the sort of like true to life colours as well.
Yes.
Because you get full instructions for how to do cross stitch. So if you've never done cross stitch before, you've got your beginner's guide, which is wonderful.
Yes, this is designed for us by a lovely bloke called Ethan Dangleson, who's a graphic designer, and he realised when we talked to him way back when the guild was formed that if you didn't see the fabric as it was constructed, you couldn't really know where to put your needle.
It's fair enough,
and
isn't it?
he does do it, so you can see exactly where the thread's gone behind there. You can see cross stitch on Ada there, done in 2 journeys, how to finish off. And when I gave him the information and said I'd like that all on a sheet of A4, he rang me and said, "Are you serious?" So
He said that to you, Jane Greenoff.
Yes, he did. What else can I say? Anyway, you get full instructions and additional instructions. These just refer to the July tile. And obviously each tile has its own set because there are changes.
And there's a special stitch, the Broken Road stitch, which I've never even heard of.
Yes, on the corners.
There, absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, this is a monthly programme, but you could just make July. If July really sort of, I don't know, tickles your fancy. I love the style of this. I love the daisies with those pink blushed petals.
Yes.
Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? If I've never done cross-stitch before, either on Ada or linen, could this be a first project?
There's no reason why not.
Brilliant.
Absolutely none. I mean,
You actually did your first cross-stitch on linen,
Yes, I
didn't you?
didn't know about Ada. So actually I started on linen by mistake. And it is my first love. I can't pretend it isn't. My curtains are made of it, my clothes are made of it. We talk about me going around clutching the steam iron most of the year.
There you go.
You know what we call it at home, don't you? Rich wrinkles.
Absolutely.
Silk and linen are rich wrinkles.
I like that. Now, in your kit, you're also getting your linen, in this case. You know, I'm always amazed at the amazing value of your cross-stitch kits. The entire project for $14.99.
I'm very pleased with how this worked out.
And the quality, too, is just beautiful.
Well, the fabric comes from Zweigart and Sawitsky, who are based in Stuttgart, fortunately opposite the Mercedes factory. So if you take people on tour, you send the husbands, and I'm not being sexist here, the husbands like to go and look at Mercedes, and the ladies like to go in the sales shop and buy linen.
I'll be in the linen shop.
Yeah, I know you
knew
would.
that.
I knew.
You knew that. Then you also get your pre-sorted threads as well.
Actually, these are only sorted into 2 bundles.
Got you.
But it tells you which one to do first.
Fair enough.
And then they go on here, and on this card you'll be able to see guild logo, phone number. So if there's anything disturbing or you're bothered or you don't understand, pick up the phone and ring.
Wonderful. And of course, a needle. You even get the needle, yes, for $14.99. It really is a complete kit. Beautiful. So that's on linen. That's what you get if you want the linen version. If you want to work on Ada, I'm going to call it Aida from now. In fact, I remember as a teenager asking for Aida and being corrected and told it was called Ada, so called Ada after that. But I thought of the opera, but I never knew it was actually named after the opera.
So there's this version there. Now you've got the kit there.
I do have the kit. I'm not going to open it because it's exactly the same, apart from you get Ada rather than linen. All of the threads are the same. You still get your needle. All of your instructions are the same. Same price too.
Yes, absolutely. So you can just see the difference. I've got some to show you in a minute, just how to start on the different sorts of fabric. But that's the linen. And we always start, well, I'm going to change my mind. I don't always start in the middle. For these tiles, you would start the design in the middle of the chart and the middle of the fabric. So you can see that you're going to start with that yellow middle of that flower. And I sort of teach that if you're counting linen particularly, if you count across short distances, you make fewer mistakes. In other words, if I try to count from here to the border, I'm more likely to make an error than if I just scoot across between the gaps.
Yeah, I would consider that asking for trouble.
Yes, there you are.
Certainly asking myself to do it. If anything, so just to point out, the most obvious difference to me is the colour. There is a certain more brightness to the Ada, isn't there, in terms of the cream? It's a brighter cream.
Yes, this is very particular, one of our favourite linens. We call it pale stone, but it is a cream, but there is a slight difference. The other difference, of course, is that this is made of cotton and this is made of linen, which is flax. All right, if I put this back together carefully...
A message for you, Christine. From Christine Jane, who is in Wales.
Hello,
she says,
Christine.
Good morning, both.
Morning.
Lovely to see Jane back again. I recommend starting working on linen. Jane, oh, interesting. Jane has got me addicted, haha. Christine from Pontypridd.
Good girl, well done. It's a funny thing. Look, you see, look, isn't it dreadful? I don't get out enough, you know. I'm coming out in goosebumps. Talking about linen.
Yeah.
Yes, linen's lovely to work on. What I can't bear is somebody struggling and hating doing it. And if you can't see to do... Now, what we must bear in mind is that linen isn't always the same size. By that I mean the number of threads in it varies. So if you can't see a linen that you're given in a kit or something, that doesn't mean you can't do linen. It means you can't do that linen, because you can get really quite big counts if you want to. So linen is there. You count over 2 threads on linen and 1 of those boxes on Ada. And if there's time, I'll show you in a minute.
And if I just get the linen and Ada side by side, because I've got linen here and then Ada on the bag. And actually as well, that rather nicely illustrates how you might present your cross stitch when it's done. It looks absolutely beautiful on a bag. But you can see exactly the same sized finished stitches, exactly the same size finished tile. So you could even mix and match the two
absolutely
together.
Could. Yes, and in fact, there will be some mixing and matching, because when we make the quilt with the 12 in, some of them will be on the Ada and some will be on linen.
I think that's beautiful,
to
lovely.
Make the difference.
So if you've already started the Tile a Month programme and you've been working on Ada up to now, you can always swap to linen and then mix them.
Absolutely, there's no reason why not.
Beautiful. Talking of those previous months, we do have some others. I'll show you what we've got. Well, I'll talk about what we've got. We've got some available on our website. We'll just mention June. Actually, you have June right there.
I've got June there. So the other side of the bag has got June worked on the Ada. Oh, that's me.
You need that.
I know, I should get shot.
So this is June worked on Ada. So I'll grab the Ada. Single figures of this available, by the way, if you want to get the June. And of course, you don't have to go every month. You could just pick the ones you like. Just do one.
Certainly one lady's picked 4. One from the first set, because I've done them in 4s. I don't really know why, in the end. It seemed to work out that way. So 4 were framed with quite an embossed gold frame. 4 have gone into the box frame. And then the last 4 are actually mounted on silk. Oh, so it'll give you different ways of using them. And obviously, this, if you could hand me the little box.
Yeah, of course.
This is quite a useful size, actually, because this will take your fat quarters. They just sit nicely in there in your workroom.
Gorgeous.
So that, let me see if I can remember.
It's a very posh container.
It's a very posh container. I'm trying to remember, you see, now. I think that... No, I can't remember which is which. So the first 4 were based on having squares each time. The second 4 were sort of a garlandish shape. We put the same principle, the same border has gone around them all, but colours are varied, obviously. And this is, as I said, this is the June on the Ada.
Yeah, there is a wonderful unity, but they're all distinctly different. So you can use them together, you can use them in isolation.
Any, you know, a group of four on a wall,
Beautiful.
tote bags, cushions, obviously a panel cushion. Now, I did have a panel cushion, which I've left on my worktop at home.
There's always something.
Yeah, I know. So sorry about that. But it's the same principle as that, look, you know, boxed.
I love the
boxed
symmetry. I love the symmetry. It's very pleasing. It's very, I don't know, it just feels right, doesn't it? Gorgeous. So that's the June on Ada. I've also got June on linen. So remember, the only difference here is the fabric that you're going to be working on. The project comes out the same size, the stitches are the same size. We're working over 2 threads on linen, over 1 box on Ada.
Exactly.
You get your needle included, you get your thread sorting card as well. You also get your colour and your black and white chart, so you can work from symbol or colour if you prefer. And beginner level instructions. If you've never done cross stitch before, you've got your basic instructions there too. $14.99. Now, we do have some other months available. They're all on the website. If you have a look on the column that starts coming up on today's shows, you'll be able to find them quickly and easily. We'll play them through in the break, but if you want to buy them now, that's the place to look.
Good,
now,
next.
We have biscornu in Ada and in linen, and this is for this month as well, for July. This is gorgeous.
It's sweet, isn't it? So this is a very simple pincushion. Excuse me. It's 2 squares, and they have to be squares. So you stitch them twice, and then the corner of one goes in the side of another.
Got you.
So it's like a zigzag pincushion.
Very, very clever.
Very pretty.
These sell out in record time. Quarter of the stock went on pre-order. Loads more in baskets. Don't have very many left. Low 20s. This is the purple flower biscornu, worked on linen this time. So you get all of your... Look at all the thread that you get. You're very generous.
Well, it takes quite a lot. You'd be surprised. Because you're working both sides and the flowers are quite dense. When I first designed these biscornus, I did the drawing, you know, like you do. And then I realised that the button's on top of it because it's in the middle. So I realised the important thing is to make sure there's something on the corners, because that's effectively what you're going to see from the side.
It's true enough.
Yeah.
And you get those little mother of pearl buttons as well included. You get your needle, full instructions, and they are on colour and on black and white.
Of course.
Amazing, I love that. Which, we have a message from Sandy Kim, who's in Norfolk. She says, Jane, I love the coloured charts as I have double vision and cannot use just symbols.
But there you are, you see. It's all different. It's really, it's what suits you. And I think the fact that Andrea puts both charts in the kits now is excellent. When I used to do the hardback books for David and Charles, they wanted coloured charts because if you flick through a book, it's brightly coloured. But actually stitching from them could be very difficult. And when I do a detailed thing, I might use 5 greens and you can't tell the difference.
No.
And it's only as good as your printer as well.
That's right.
Whereas this way, you've got proof of which is which.
Yeah, you can't argue with a symbol.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no confusion.
That's almost life-size. Look at that.
Now, do you get instructions on how to actually construct the biscornu?
Yes, you do.
Brilliant.
With lovely drawings from the wonderful Ethan.
Well done, Ethan. We appreciate that too. So that's on linen. We've also got it on Ada. There's only 14 left on linen. If you want the linen biscornu, you need to get it in your basket and check out straight away. Remember, you only pay 1 P&P throughout the entire day. Just combine your orders as you go. You pay 1 P&P. So there's no reason not to check out now, even if you intend to buy something later on in this show or another. Right, let's have a look at the Ada.
So there you are. Same, exactly the same. The only difference is the fabric.
What count Ada is this?
This is 14 count. 14. So this is 14. This is, the linen is 28 because you're going to work over 2 threads. So it does make sense. I will, if it's possible, I've got something to show you in a minute, but we just better run through everything. I should get shot. Sure.
Oh, you keep me on my toes, Jane.
I do try to.
Yeah, right. What's next? Some Christmas some Christmas. Of course, we're doing a proper full hour of Christmas a little bit later, but we do have some gorgeous Christmas things here. Let's start with the three-sided bauble. This only comes on linen, but my goodness me, what a beautiful... They're all heirlooms, aren't they?
Well, this is lovely. This was designed and stitched by Andrea, the managing director of the Cross Stitch Guild. One of her earliest attempts at designing, bless her, and it's absolutely marvellous. I don't know if you can have a look.
You just keep holding it there for a second.
Yes.
We're going to get some lovely close-up shots with the lovely Michael.
There you go. So this is this has to be worked on the even weave material, because some of the stitches are worked over squares. Can you see? There's all sorts of very pretty details here.
Really gorgeous.
If I keep it there.
So you get a tree, you get the holly leaves and berries, and then
if I go
the bauble.
A tree bauble.
I love the sort of patchwork quilt background.
Yes, it's very, very attractive. Look.
Beautiful. The
that
colourway
way.
as well, it's very sort of almost antique-y looking,
It is
isn't
antique
it?
looking. It is, it's lovely. So it's a three-sided again, like the watt bows. When we come on again at 11, you'll see all the little watt bows we do as tree decorations. I'll tell you the history of those, but this is a large one. And splendid.
And what sort of level of stitch do I need?
This is not a first project.
Okay.
I think this is something, if you've worked from a chart before, then work on some linen, a little thing. The little tree decorations I'm going to show you at 11, they're very small and worked on linen, and they're the perfect way of learning. Because you can stitch it in an evening.
Great.
Genuinely you can. I have, many times.
Yes.
And so you can try it out, and it's not an enormous investment then. But certainly this one, because of the different stitches that are around the border, it does need to be worked on an even weave fabric.
It's amazing. And also £9.99, imagine, for making this beautiful quality, kind of real heirloom quality stuff.
And having looked last year in 2 or 3 well-known establishments at tree decorations, my word, can't you spend a lot?
I was telling a story yesterday, Jane, about being in Liberty and I bought 2 baubles, and it was just over £50 for 2 baubles.
Rest my case.
And there was a lady next to me who had a shopping basket literally piled high with the same ones. Must have been at least £5,000 worth of baubles in it, which probably changed the colour every year. Not for me. But that's something you bring out every year.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely delightful.
Of course.
Gorgeous, gorgeous piece of work. Very, very popular too. Only worked on linen. There isn't an Ada version of this because of the stitches involved. But look, you've got an amazing selection of threads. You get your linen. Am I still getting a colour and a black and white chart? Full instructions. And learn some new stitches, perhaps.
Yes.
Right, can we go to a Quaker Christmas, please?
You can. Here you are.
I've loved these since the minute I saw them. Oh, before we look at those, a quick question. Morning, says Chrissy in the West Midlands. Can I ask? You certainly can. Do you get the tassel with the 3-sided bauble? I am loving the show today.
Thank you. No, you don't, but you make it yourself.
You get the thread?
You get the thread and you make the tassel.
Brilliant.
It's not difficult at all. You can make a tassel. And you can, and obviously, depending on your choice and what your stash looks like, you could add gold or silver thread to the tassel. You could do it in different colours than the ones we've used.
It's actually better than just getting a ready-made tassel because you're learning how to make a tassel.
Absolutely. Interestingly, we had photography for the Guild magazine on Tuesday, and one of the products that we had a purchased tassel on it. And actually, with my editor standing over me, I had to replace it with a handmade one.
Good. Good.
Right.
Glad.
Good.
Right, next up, a Quaker Christmas. And this is called a gathering of samplers. This is gorgeous. Now, I've got 2 options. I've got an Ada version and a linen version. And I've got kind of a combination of the 2 here. So you can see, this is the Ada. And again, it just has a slight sort of more optical brightness to it. And then these 2 are both worked in linen. We're going to start with the linen, if we may.
There we go.
So these are the 3, you get all 3 designs.
Yes.
Yours will all be worked on linen, so they will be this warm, sort of almost like oatmeal-y colour.
Yes, it is an oatmeal colour. This is washed, unbleached cashel. So it's a 20. It does sound posh, doesn't it? So that's washed, unbleached. So that means The colour does vary on our batches, but your colours are matched. So you will get the colours the same. And these are very much part of what was used by the Quaker embroiderers when they made the Quaker samplers, hence the colours. And it's very simple to stitch.
Honestly, Jane, if you told me, particularly these on the linen, if you told me that these were like vintage,
Yes.
you know, from 80, 100 years
Yes.
ago, I would have believed you. They have that real heritage look, don't they? And the cord that goes around the edge,
You make yourself.
we learned to make that ourselves.
Absolutely.
And you've got all the threads that you need. This is such a beautiful high-end finish, isn't it?
It's lovely, lovely. And I love the fact that, I mean, I've occasionally attempted to have a new look Christmas, and my children look at me with a withering stare.
Don't do it.
When my son arrives at Christmas, the first thing he does is check the dead robins on the tree. Now, I've told you, those of you who've watched me before will know the story. He bought 3 furry robins at kindergarten. Or
So you
possibly
have to still get them out.
young primary, yes, in the age of charity. Now, 2 are definitely dead and gone. 1 is tatty, but is on the tree.
Okay.
And do you know what else happened?
Go on.
When my son took his son shopping for something for the tree, what did he choose? A little robin. He chose a little robin, made my son cry.
Oh, that's
It
cute.
was so sweet. Anyway, here we are.
It's beautiful.
There
Well,
you go.
these Christmas, this is the point, isn't it? These Christmas traditions,
Keep
they
coming.
don't change.
No.
They do not change. And even though there's, the awful upside down Christmas tree, the black Christmas tree. Remember?
Well, some people, I mean, it works well. I had a very dear friend who had one that was just twigs. Just lots, and difficult to store.
Yes.
Because it was twigs that big, you know.
And it couldn't be put down.
It couldn't be put
No,
down.
fair enough.
I thought it needed to be, frankly. But anyway, that's another story.
There we go. Absolutely gorgeous, though. So you get the 3 on linen, or I've got this same kit on Ada. So obviously they will have this kind of brighter cream look to them, but same 3 different designs that you get. Here is the Ada. Now, can we have a look? What do we get inside the kit?
So you're going to get the charts.
Colour and symbols.
Colour and symbols. You're getting some wadding, which
Yep.
is underneath there when you make them
Oh,
up.
great, I get that too.
Get the instructions how to do it. And one of these bundles is much longer thread for making cords. All my kits are 80 centimetre lengths when they're cut up. This is historic, really. Do you know, I said something to my husband the other day, and I just said, I've been doing this 30 years, I can't believe it. And he went,
Can you tell us on television?
40. You've been doing it 40 years. 1983.
It's quite sobering, isn't it?
It is extremely sobering.
Oh, don't tell me that 1983 was 40 years ago. That makes me feel 1,000. 1983 was about 10 years ago, surely.
No, it sadly wasn't.
Wow.
Anyway, so there's the kit for the 3.
Gorgeous, love that. And is there something like, is it a bit cereal box, bit of mounting board or
Yes,
something in
bit
there?
of mount board. You could
Yeah.
use anything, really.
Yeah.
A little piece of mount board, doesn't matter what colour it is. Your wadding stuff is going to cover it, so it won't show through.
And you get all your instructions for how to make them up just like this.
Absolutely.
Aren't they fabulous? Do you know what I would do with that? I would attach that. I've got a lovely bureau with a sort of key. I would attach one
put
of
them on
those to the
keys.
key.
Yes, nice.
Love things like that. And you could keep those out all year round.
You
They're
could,
not just for
you could.
Christmas. Absolutely smashing. That's a Quaker Christmas, a trio, a gathering of samplers. Beautiful brand new project from Jane. Ada or linen, the choice is yours. $16.99 for 3 heirloom quality pieces. Really beautiful. Now, Little Robin.
Oh, now this one, I have to tell you.
Very popular.
I know, this one has sold out. It's been on before. It is just so smashing.
We need to start with linen because it's been very popular. We're actually on single figures for this. We'll just show you the actual project. Look at
There
this.
it is. So
and
it's a
it's
little bird.
double-sided too.
And there's a little spray of holly on the back.
Show me the other side for a second, would you? Look at that. It's so...
I think he needs restuffing. He's getting a bit tired. He does come out every year, this one.
How
I love
long
it.
ago did you make that?
5 years ago?
Okay.
Pre-COVID.
So about 1987.
Pre-COVID. I'm sure
Okay.
it was pre-COVID. He's a lovely fat robin, isn't he?
He is absolutely gorgeous, well fed. We love robins, don't we? I always associate robins with The Secret Garden.
Yes.
Because the little
Yes.
robin shows the way
Yes.
into the garden.
Yes, I
Isn't
can
it
completely
beautiful?
understand.
Yeah, it's lovely. Absolute. I think probably, almost certainly, Britain's favourite bird.
I think it probably is. We certainly had robins nesting at our garden at Pinks this year. And yeah, lovely, lovely.
But terribly, terribly territorial. They will chase any bird out of the garden, won't they? If that's their space.
Actually, I have a picture of 2 red robins in the same shot, but it was an adult. It was one of their babies.
Gotcha.
He hadn't beaten it up yet.
So that was loud. Yes, just for now. So this is on linen. Say that again, sorry. Oh, wow. OK, so there's more in baskets than we have available. You need to check out, please, if you want to get the little robin home. It's the little robin wreath pincushion in linen, double-sided as well. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you were using this as a pincushion, great. You could hang this on a tree. You could put this on a key. Be beautiful, wouldn't it? You're going to miss out if you don't check out. Right, we've also got it on Ada.
Now this...
Oh, now I love the colour of the Ada.
OK, now there's a story about this.
Wow, look at this.
This is just to confuse you completely, all right? This is linen Ada.
Hang on, you said linen Ada was cotton. But
Yes.
This is linen.
Yes. So this is an exception to the rule. All the Ada I've shown you so far is made of cotton, 100% cotton. This is made of linen and cotton, mostly linen. And the company, this is Zweigarten Zwitzky again, I mentioned earlier, and this is done for the people who want to get the antique heritage feel, but actually can't see to count on linen. And actually linen that colour is quite challenging to see. I mean, I now have variofocals so that I can see to stitch. I can see to stitch, but then I can't see anything afterwards. You know that feeling?
Yes.
So there's little Robin. Now look at, isn't it super?
Those colours really pop against that background, don't they?
And they're also pre-sorted.
Brilliant.
Now the reason they're pre-sorted is not just because we can, it's because when you're sorting the greens and the browns in this, the temptation is to put the same one colour or 2 colours in the same hole, and then you ring us up to say you're missing some.
Right.
So they're pre-sorted so we know they're all there.
Got you.
And you can actually sit and stitch this in electric light without having to sort the threads out before.
I love that.
Because the colours, although the red is striking, all the rest of the colours are very gentle.
They're soft, they're muted,
Yes.
aren't they?
And you could struggle
lovely.
to identify which was which.
Well, it's all been done for you. The colours are pre-sorted, the kit's all beautifully put together. Do I get a needle?
Yes.
Amazing. Colour chart, symbol chart.
Yes.
Absolutely
And
smashing.
instructions.
Oh gosh, literally less than a handful left. Less than a handful left.
It has been a popular project.
Oh, it's absolutely lovely. It was such a beloved symbol, and I love the fact that it's two-sided.
Yes, a little bit of something on the back.
Yeah, much too nice to use as a pincushion, Jane.
Yes, well, I know. That's how it started.
It's just a serving suggestion. It's about to sell out, actually. I've got 1 left. Now, let's do the needle kit, because although you get a needle included with all your kits,
Yes.
it is rather lovely to have special needles.
Now, these are, I have to find out, these are the new packaging. Here we are. So the story of the gold-plated needle.
Yes.
This is our set. This is called the Plu Perfect set. And actually, we did have a perfect set. And I guess just before COVID, I'd made 2 or 3 things that were 3-dimensional boxes. And so this
Curved
needle
needle.
was quite useful.
Brilliant, yeah.
So we added that to the collection. So this is, if you've never met a gold needle before, there are lots of them out there. The only claim I can make is if you strip the gold off these, we replace them. As long as you can prove you bought them from the guild. And I'd like to say it was a concentrated and thoughtful business decision. Actually, it wasn't. It was when I decided I wanted to get gold-plated needles, having used them in America, I'd given some as a present by somebody, I tried to buy them in the UK, and nobody had, people laughed at me. So I bought some tapestry needles, I think it was a size 24, and on the phone, so this is long before the internet, I spent the afternoon on the phone. I eventually found a gold plater in Coventry who said, all right, I'll do you 1,000 needles. How much gold do you want? I said, I don't know. What does it come in? I mean, I hadn't bought gold before.
I imagine you've got expensive taste, so said quite a lot.
Well,
Loads.
he said, well, do you want it to wear off? I said, no, I don't. I really don't want it to wear off. That would be awful. He said, OK, well, the Ministry of Defence have 2 microns of gold. And I said, on what? He said, detonators for grenades. I said, that's what I want.
Wow, I love that.
Absolutely
I
true.
love that.
So we
it's the
have
same level of plating
Yeah,
as a
it's
hand
a-
grenade. Only Jane Greenoff. That's why she's a legend. My goodness, wow.
So
Love
that's
that.
the history of the gold-plated needles. Over the years, we've obviously added sizes. So this set gives you a beading needle, a sharp needle, because remember, when we're doing cross-stitch on even weave or on Ada, we use a blunt needle, because you're parting the threads, not piercing them. There's a 22 here for doing hardanger embroidery, the curved one for making up boxes, and the rest are cross-stitch needles. The finest is a 28. Higher the number, the smaller the needle.
Mm-hmm.
The 28 is for 1 strand only, so ideal for backstitch. They're beautiful.
Can I ask a question?
You can
Because
try.
when I'm using like a sewing machine, I change my needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time.
Right.
With hand sewing needles for cross stitch, how often do I need to replace
Well,
them?
I don't know the answer to the question. Interestingly,
What?
Sue Hawkins, who is an extremely
Amazing.
clever,
Yeah.
established needlewoman and works on canvas, and she has used one of my, a size 24 on canvas for 6 months and not stripped it. So I don't know what to say. I haven't worked with a nickel-plated needle for 20 years, and although it's a nice idea, isn't it? You know, it's a bit of an affectation. And when I was told about them in America, I thought, typically American, over the top. And actually, when I use them, because the coefficient of friction is less
Okay.
with gold.
So that's the
Which
point
means
of the gold.
the gold, it slips off the needle easily. So I wouldn't attempt French knots or bullion knots unless I had a gold-plated needle. I wouldn't waste my time. So I use them all the time. Of course I can, because I've got them. But yes, and it's a gorgeous present for somebody.
Absolutely beautiful.
If a stitcher wanted a gift, what else would you give them?
It's lovely. For $16.99 too.
And it
Gorgeous
says
collection.
somewhere, let me just, I've got that in the wrong way, I think. There you are, it tells you on the back what's in there and in what order. And what they do is they save some of the batch. That's it. They save some of each batch for us, and they're kept away and numbered. And if we had a problem with the gold plating, we could trace why. Now, we've never
It's
had a problem.
melamine.
Oh, is it?
So that's much better.
We've never had a problem with the gold plating. The only issue you would have is if you use a size 28 and put 2 threads in it, you might break the eye. But that's why it's tiny, so you can nip round and do the back stitch.
That's the point of it.
Exactly.
A message. This is from Jane, who's in County Cork. Oh,
Hello,
beautiful
Jane.
place. Beautiful part of the world. I've got these needles. They're fantastic.
Thank you, that's very kind.
Another message. The ultimate professional. Jane is always so informative. Love the hair, Julia.
Thank you. Bless you. Yeah, absolutely.
Which one? Yes, you've always got fabulous hair.
Well, I haven't always got fabulous hair. Some of you will remember how I used to wear it shaggy and short.
Yes, spiky.
Spiky, and that was because I blamed my daughter because I had a whoopsie-daisy baby, and she was a bit of a scallywag, and I blamed her bitterly for the fact that my hair broke off and it could only be 2 inches long. Anyway, when we sold the Cross Stitch Guild, my hair grew. So my daughter makes me tell everybody, including you, that it wasn't her at all.
No, it was the Cross Stitch Guild.
It was the Cross Stitch
There
Guild.
you go. Excellent. Now,
This is very
The
exciting,
stitch
I
book.
have to tell you.
tell us why.
We went and picked these up the other day. This is, although it's the 4th reprint, that is, it's the 4th edition of the book, it is the 6th reprint. We just haven't changed it. But these are hot from the presses.
All signed?
All signed.
Wonderful.
Yours truly sat at her kitchen table. There you are. It's
With that
short
hair.
With short hair.
Yeah.
I sat there signing them. They're with a pen that dries quickly for obvious reasons. These diagrams are all designed for us by Ethan Danielson. The ones that are included in here are where Cross Stitch Guild members have said, can't we have a diagram to do X, Y or Z? When it was printed the first time, my Cross Stitcher's Bible, which was published by David and Charles, was out of print. And I was actually about to start doing a particular type of hemming, and could I remember how to do it? And I thought, I need a refresher on my desk. That's how this started.
Love the fact that it's spiral bound too,
Lies
so
flat.
you can
Lies
lay
flat.
flat. Yeah.
It
So
lies
important.
flat. It's
But publishers
alphabetically.
hate it.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Publishers hate it because on a shelf
You can't see.
you can't see what the book is.
My Cross
That's
Stitcher's
why they
Bible
hate
was a covered spiral when it first came out.
Right.
For that very reason. So we publish this, my husband and I do it. We've been through it again and again and again over the years, adding bits and pieces to it. It covers hardhanger embroidery, it covers hem stitching, and at the back we've got a selection of making up things like making
Yes,
a
I
biscornu,
saw that.
making a what bow. Now that's an interesting
Even things
one.
like the needle are so important.
That-
There's so much assumed knowledge, I think. in
Yeah, I think,
craft.
yes, absolutely.
Too
Those are
much.
life-size needles.
Oh, that's a
So
really
if you
clever
do what
idea.
I do,
Yeah.
and you get a muddle of needles on the table, when I finish a project, I can actually tell you which is which.
I wish someone would do that for knitting needles, Jane.
Yes.
Because I have one of those guides with the holes, but trust me, I can ram a needle through about 4 different holes and I'm no further forward.
No, I'm sure.
I think
I'm
is it
sure.
supposed to be loose? Is it tight? It'll go through all of them. That would be so useful.
Absolutely.
This is the essential guide. Every cross stitcher, if you like embroidering, if you do hardhanger,
Yeah,
if
anything
you think
counted.
anything.
Yes, we've got a new section here on how to mount and frame your embroidery.
That's so important. It's expensive
Yes.
to get it done
It is.
professionally. You can do it yourself.
Yes. What bows? How to make the biscornu that we talked about earlier.
that.
Twisted cords and tassels, which we've mentioned, haven't we? How to?
Because actually you produce some amazing motif books and
Yes.
booklets, don't you?
Yes.
And actually, wouldn't it be lovely to have this book and then any of those motifs you could turn into a biscornu, you could turn into a little hanging decoration with a cord around it
Absolutely.
or a tassel.
It's all in here.
The information is here. The information is here. This is for everybody.
We've left a little bit of room so you can scribble in it.
Great.
Yes.
Do you approve of that?
I
Adding
don't
notes
mind.
to a book?
I don't mind. It isn't a first edition. It isn't by A.A. Milled in
Fair
18
enough.
whatever.
No.
No, this is a workbook, isn't it?
It is. And it's signed by Jane Greenoff as well. Every copy will be signed. $13.99 for that. Great gift for yourself, I think. Now, need to talk about stock.
No, we're doing.
Right.
Plenty.
Check out for that book, won't you? Let's just go back in time slightly. Let's talk Robin. Both versions, Linen and Aid, are both sold out. Well done if you got the little Robin. He'll be bobbing along. The 3-sided bauble, only available on linen. I've got 10 of those left, which is nothing. 10 of those left. They've been super popular, just $9.99, way more than in baskets than we have. Actually, we have 9 left now. Well done. Whoever just checked out their basket, 9 of those left. Absolutely gorgeous sort of heritage thing, lots of different stitches, all worked on linen. And you even learn how to make the tassel and the hanging cord.
Yes, absolutely.
Gorgeous. I'll just grab that one more time. So here we go. It's actually 3-sided, 3 different motifs.
Excuse me.
So if I hold it like this for a second, it's got such a gorgeous vintage look to it, hasn't it? So you've got your Christmas tree side, sort of patchwork quilt background, your lovely bauble, and then your holly, leaves and berries. And I love how that each of the images is sort of reflected in the finely stitched border. Do you see? Really lovely. And you've got your little tassel and your cord. You learn how to make those as well. And you get all your threads, your linen, full instructions, both symbol and colour, and full instructions on how to work each of the stitches. But my top tip, I think, would be if you're buying any of the kits and you haven't got that wealth of experience and you want to learn from the best, get yourself a copy of the stitch book as well. There's a reason why it keeps getting reprinted. There's a reason why, and it gets updated too, doesn't it?
Yes, oh yes, yes. We keep
Beautiful.
an eye on it all the time. I can't add any more pages at the moment because that ring binder is full.
It's jammed.
And the next size is a great big one, and I wanted it to be something you could put in your work bag and take with you.
Absolutely. Gorgeous. So that's that. Oh, can't hear you at all, Hannah. Very, very quiet. No, can't hear you at all. Quaker. The Quaker Christmas. Now, half the stock, literally the tiniest little sound in my ear, Hannah, that's all I can hear. I can hear you.
We're having to do a bit of guesswork here.
So this is on Ada and on linen. Half the stock of both has gone. Jane, just tell us about the sort of background to these. They're Quaker.
Yes, so the gathering of samplers is used for a reason, because these originated from the Aqua School up in near Pontefract, where the Cross Stitch Guild had permission to examine and look at and reproduce the samplers done by scholars from as early as 1790. So these little motifs, these medallion shapes, occurred very much on the collections of samplers. And that's really the background. So a gathering is what the children do. They gather for meetings, they gather for special events. It's part of the language they use at the school, which is day and boarding, and is all to do with the Quaker ethos. We've had one special day there where Cross Stitch Guild members were invited to spend a day at the school, and we were able to look at the original samplers, which were quite extraordinary, done by children, and stayed there and had a meal, and we designed them a project at the same time. So that's really the background to these. So nobody really knows where the medallions, the idea of the medallions come from, but they were commonly seen on Quaker samplers.
There's something very patchwork quilt
yes,
about
isn't it,
these.
though?
You know, I could imagine piecing these blocks.
Of course.
And adding the, the pieced borders
Very much
around
so.
them.
Very much so.
Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
Last time I was on air, we did feature a sampler, which may well still be available on the website, and it was alphabets and motifs, I think. But anyway, that's a much bigger replica of a sampler from the Quaker School.
Got you. I think we have a question.
Okay.
Yes, we do. Tracy says, morning, I do cross stitch. No, I've done cross stitch for years and would like to try linen, but I'm too scared. Any tips, please?
Yes, I'm going to show you. I shall.
That'd be brilliant, thank you.
I will just show you now. Let me get a diagram in here. Talk amongst yourselves at home while I find the right pages. Cross stitch on Ada, cross there. So that's cross stitch on an even weave.
Yeah.
Now what even weave means is not that it's not got bumps in it, because linen does have bumps in it. You get little slubs. It means that if you put a ruler on it, same number of threads go that way as go that way. Which means your cross stitch is square. Now my old samplers on my wall at home are actually rectangles. They're portrait shaped. One of them has been stitched by a guild member on an even weave fabric, and it's actually square. So if you can imagine, if you got a rabbit and you stitched it on a fabric that isn't even weave, it could look like a hare. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because the crosses on a non-even weave fabric are like that or like that, rather than a straight...
A bit like a knitted stitch is
yes,
not square.
Exactly.
So you can do a chart for knitting on squares, but when you knit it, it distorts.
It's not the same.
How interesting.
So there you go. So when
we need a technical chat sometime. I need to buy you lunch.
You heard that here.
Anytime, Jane.
Right, now just 1 second, everybody. I'm just going to put on the spectacles.
Do you see I've bitten the bullet, Jane? I bought those yesterday.
Oh, did you? Okay, so let's just look at the fabric. So this is a piece of fabric I pulled out of the office, and I folded it into 4. There we go. Now all I'm going to do is bring my needle up in the middle, like so. And if we give everyone a minute, we'll get close to it.
Absolutely. Just to let you know, the graphics that we've got on screen at the moment are for the book, the amazing Stitch book. Everybody needs that. Everybody needs that. Also, can you see this gorgeous little thing here? I've got a couple of those left. You get scissors, you get a couple of gold-plated needles. You also get this adorable magnetic needle keeper.
Yes.
So your needle will stick to
You
that.
can put it on your, yes, you can wear it on your clothes.
Oh,
on
you
your needle.
can?
Yes.
Oh,
Or on the edge of your
oh,
needlework
it's got a magnet
frame.
on the back and you
Yeah.
can...
So you can put it on your needlework frame. And I mean, I have magnets on my desk. I have to
Just
admit
don't
to
do that
those.
if you have a pacemaker.
There we go. So I'm just going to put those glasses back on again. Here we go. So if we look at the picture here, I've done that one. And now I'm just going over the top and covering it up. You can see I'm struggling because I've taken my glasses off.
Oh, pop them back. Don't struggle, Jane.
Okay.
I've got... Oh, just shimmy past the portal.
Here we go.
Got a lovely message from Sue, who's in Tor Point, who says,
Hi,
for the
Sue.
lady that just messaged in, I used Ada for years, then took the plunge into linen. Love it. And even if I get an Ada kit, I will now swap
Well,
for linen.
I know what you mean, you know. I mean, I have worked on Ada and if I want something for Friday, for someone who's leaving work or something, it'll be Ada because it's quick. I work fairly quickly on a linen fabric, and I'm counting over 2 threads and doing a vertical like so. Yes? And then those get covered up.
And you never use a frame?
I own a frame.
Yeah.
I generally don't. I'm about to do a sheep, and he's going to have a cross-stitch face.
Does the sheep know?
I do apologise for Stuart. He can't always be allowed out. I'm going to draw a sheep with a black face and do the face in
So you've
black.
qualified it now. Now I understand.
And then I'm going to do the whole body in colonial knots.
Can we swap places? Because our director, Bruce, can't get close enough to what
Here
you're
we go,
doing.
darling.
Now, when you said I'm going to do a sheep, Charlie's been shearing the sheep all week.
Of course you've got sheep, haven't you?
Yeah, so he's been shearing them all. So they've all had their summer haircuts.
Oh,
Because we
bless.
finally had weather warm enough to warrant it.
Well, absolutely.
Oh, so if you can move your... Yes.
Where do you need me?
Well,
here we go.
over...
Here we go.
You've done this before. There we go.
There we go,
That's
look.
perfect. Thank you.
All right. So if you can, if I just stop, if I put my needle in the fabric, look, and just stop there,
Yeah.
can you get in a tiny bit closer? Dum, dum, dum. Yes, good, good, good.
Yes.
Keep going, keep going. Wonderful. Can you see that's the needle?
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if I cross 2 fabric threads,
I can see that for the first time, Jane. That absolutely makes sense.
if you think of an noughts and crosses board,
Yep, keep
when
it
you're
forward.
working,
That's
sorry,
it.
when
Oh, hang on.
you're working on linen,
There we go.
if you think of an noughts and crosses board, you're going to occupy the corner holes.
Yes.
The empty hole in the middle stays empty unless you're using fractional stitches where you would go down the middle hole, but that's another story.
But presumably as well, you're going to get a lot neater fractional stitch on linen
Yes, you
than
are.
you could get on Ada.
Yes, with Ada, you know, I know some of you I know will remember dear Jo Versa, who we sadly lost a long time ago now in a car crash. Jo introduced us all to the fractional stitches, the three-quarter stitches, because she produced a very modern sampler design book. It sold 500,000 in English,
Wow.
which for a craft title is unheard of.
Amazing, yeah.
And it made her career. It was quite extraordinary. And she would teach on quite big count linen, so you still worked on linen, but you could see because of her fractional stitches. With Ada, because there isn't a hole in the middle, you're going to have to pierce it.
You have to pierce the threads.
Which
It's always a
obviously-
little bit of a compromise, isn't it?
It's a compromise, that's exactly.
Now, just need to run through a few things which are fast selling out.
Okay.
The needle set has sold out. The Christmassy needle set has also sold out. Half the stock of the book has sold out.
Aren't we glad we went and got it?
I mean, absolutely. It wasn't here originally, was it? But, you know, such a classic, such an essential. It's the kind of thing that every stitcher needs to have in their library. Over half of the new stock has gone already. If you want to grab that now. July, the July tile. Would you mind just grabbing the two kits, please, Jane?
Yes, July.
Oh, I think I might have
Yes,
them here.
they're there.
I've got
That's
them
right.
here.
That was my fault.
Right, Ada or linen. We'll put Ada first. It's been the more popular option.
There's the Ada version.
So whichever you work on, you get exactly the same size finished tile, the same size stitches. This is the actual worked on Ada, right here on the bag. That's your finished tile. It's absolutely beautiful. Love the symmetry. And Jane, as you were saying, this border is consistent throughout,
Yes.
different colours.
It was a nod to the sampler makers of before, the children that made these beautiful samplers. So this is a traditional carnation called border, and then obviously it varies enormously when you see in some of the different versions.
It's got an almost Art Deco look to it,
It
hasn't
has, absolutely.
It's sort of floral but geometric as
yes.
well. Gorgeous. That's on Ada. We've also got it on linen. And I think, Jane, for me, definitely, you've just demystified working on linen. I've actually, for the first time ever, I think it might be the glasses, can see I can see what you mean about working over two threads. I would have a go now.
It's worth a try. And actually, the 28 count linen is a really good version. Now, lots of people work on finer, and there are a group of stitchers out there now who I think should know better. They will actually work on something that's 40 one way and 60 the other way.
Oh, no.
And they said that defeats me completely. I like my even weave.
Yeah, that's making it hard for the sake of it, surely.
Well, I'm saying nothing.
Now, biscornus. Let's talk biscornus. The July biscornu, which is right here. I've literally got one left on linen. I've got one left on linen. Do check out your baskets, please. It's double-sided. It's just a beautiful thing, isn't it? Beautiful to hold. Beautiful. You can use this as a pincushion.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, rather lovely. You could also add a little hanging loop and a tassel that could be hung. And then also available on Ada, with a kit right here on Ada. You also get the buttons, of course, full instructions. You're back in an hour with Christmassy makes, aren't you? We're full on Christmas. Some linen that would be perfect for beginners. Little Watbow Christmas tree decorations.
I'm going to keep this to show you a bit more on linen.
I think I need to get a Watbow Christmas tree decoration. I need to crack linen, don't I?
You do.
I need to do it, and then I'll know what I'm talking about. Jane, amazing hour. Thank you so much for bringing your sparkle and your expertise.
And we'll see you all in an hour.
See you in an hour. Now, don't go anywhere. A very exciting next hour. Samantha Williams is here with the incredible cutie quilting frame. If you've already bought yours, lots of you have already. Sit back, relax, enjoy the next hour. If you haven't got your frame yet, oh my goodness, we are about to rock your world. I'll see you after this.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I am so excited to launch the brand new Brother Innovis 1100 sewing machine on Sewing Street this Friday. What a fantastic machine! Computerized, 140 stitches, 5 different font styles. You've also got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes and the most incredible foot package. But that's not half of it. You've got a knee lift, an extension table. You've also got a special quilter's package with a walking foot, a darning or free motion quilting foot, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, even a handy hoop to guide your quilting. It's an amazing machine. I can't wait to show it you this Friday here on Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I love that advert. Oh my goodness me. Wow, what an exciting hour. It's already been going completely wild on the website. You are loving the Grace Cutie Breeze tabletop quilting frame. We are about to solve your quilting woes. All those things that are stopping you quilting your quilts yourself, or even not even making the tops because you think, how am I going to quit? We're going to solve those issues for you today. Oh my goodness me. Let me introduce my special guest because I've got Samantha Williams here. Absolutely wonderful to have you. From J&B Sewing Machine Company.
That's right, yeah.
But here with the Grace frame. Now, great, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
The Grace Company, I know very well. I mean, I've been making frames for quilting, I mean, hand quilting originally.
Yeah, that's how they started, yeah.
All about quilting your quilts.
Yes.
That's what they do. But of course, as time's moved on, a lot more of us are machine quilting. And of course, now it's that long arming or long arm capability. We've seen the benefits of being able to quilt on a static frame, not moving the quilt, moving the machine, and the sort of precision, the ease, and the success that everyone can get by quilting on a frame. And now in your own home, on a tabletop, standing or sitting, and at a price which is affordable. Let's just make it a little bit more affordable for you. Let's give you the exhibition price. Let's do it. You're not paying £999, you're paying £899, and we're giving you 5 split pays. Interest-free, spreading the cost over a 5-month period. You make one payment today of £179.80, less than £180 today. Ready to go in the warehouse. You'll have that frame within, 5 days, a week, in your home. And Samantha, out of the box to actually being ready to quilt, how long are we talking?
Depends on obviously how you're doing it, but it should take a couple of hours.
Yep.
Obviously you need a flat surface. We all like a cup of tea in between building something, so obviously you need to have a break for that.
But we're going to put that frame together easily.
Yeah, definitely.
No special skills required.
No. It comes with all the tools you need.
Oh,
so
amazing.
That's it. Literally a couple of bits that you've got to put together. A lot of it kind of is already based as one part.
Great.
And then you've got your 2 carriages, which are simple enough, and then you're done.
I asked at the start, I assessed, didn't I, the level of competence required. And if I say I could do it, then that is setting the bar about as low as it's possible to go, because I am, This is the size of the box. Okay, and we put a machine next to it for scale. So most of it is already together, isn't it? There's not a lot of assembly to do.
No, but usually it does become a joint effort, and you know, the partners are usually helping because, you know.
Brilliant. Obviously, we put one of our machines there for scale. Absolutely amazing. Now, Amazing price. Let's talk about what you're actually getting here.
Okay.
So I've got the frame set up on the table here, and this is how you're going to have it. So it's going to fit on your kitchen table, on your dining table. If you've got one of those tables that you can lift and lower,
Ideal.
then, I mean, ideal. And
Yeah.
also then you can work at it standing up if you want to. You can just as easily use this sitting down. So either way, it works. It's going to be absolutely great. You have got this carriage to mount. Oh my goodness. This is so easy. You can work from the side I'm working at, and then you can use it with paper pantographs that you would have on the table. You can buy a separate laser light and you can guide it from here, where you're watching the pantograph down here and quilting here. Or you can stand your side if you like, hold on to these handlebars and free motion stitch, either entirely self-guided, or you can stencil or draw lines on, or a design to follow. Absolutely amazing stuff. Now, we've got a lot of questions, which I'm going to pose to you, Sam, in just a second, but I'm going to come across.
Yeah.
We want to see this machine in action. Show me what it can
Okay,
do.
let's go. So our machine is just set up as normal for free motion. I'm using my foot control, and away I go. As easy as that.
Look at this. So this is a domestic sewing machine. At the moment, Samantha's got the Elna 680 on the machine. So if I've got a Brother FS250, if I've got an Elna 680, if I've got a Janome, a Benina, does it matter?
Nope, any domestic machine is capable.
Any domestic
Yep,
machine.
as long as you can set that for free motion, which you can.
Yep. So feed dogs down,
Yep.
darning foot on.
Away.
Okay. First question. Hang on. Hello, lovely Stuart. So I'm looking down. I have the Elna 720 Pro. Will the Cutie be suitable for my machine? Thanks, Linda. Well, actually, interestingly, you saw the 720 Pro earlier on and said, wow, that would be amazing on the Gracie.
Yeah, it would, yeah. You've got the bigger throat space on that as well, so you get more workspace, so it's great.
Because just in terms of your workspace, can you just show me the parameters
Yeah.
using, this is the 680 plus, because it's all about the throat space on your machine. You've got a frame. What's the actual working space on the frame?
So this frame can actually go up to a 19-inch machine. So any domestic machine, there's not one that's too big. So it can actually take a long arm quilting machine. So at the moment where you have got this Elna, if I was to bring that as far forward, see now how it hits the bar here?
Yep.
So that then becomes my work area.
Understood.
And
Got
then
you.
obviously you've got to the sides of the frame.
Understood. That makes absolute sense. So the bigger the throat space on your domestic sewing machine, the bigger the working space you're going to have on your frame.
Yes.
Here's a good slide, actually. Will your machine work with the Cutie Breeze? And what this breaks down, I think, is, well, it asks first, can your machine feed dogs be disengaged? Yes. Does your machine have a foot pedal? Yes. So can I just ask about the foot pedal? If we normally would sew using the start-stop button,
Yeah.
can we still use that, or do we have to use a foot pedal?
No, you can use the machine as you wish. So obviously, the only thing to think about when using your stop button is on the side. It's now not facing you.
Gotcha.
So obviously, it's just remembering it's there and not straight in front of you. But yeah, use everything as you do normally.
You know, I'm just going to say as well, if you have got the fabulous new Elna machine, is it the 7... We'll check, but that's got the accurate stitch regulator.
Oh, perfect.
So that way you are no foot pedal, you're just setting it, and then as you move, it will start and stop
And
to go around.
Yeah, and it'll speed up with you.
But literally any domestic sewing machine will work. We have another message. Hi, Stuart and Samantha. I'm watching you. I'm watching you whilst putting my cutie frame together. I might need a gin break soon. Love Julie.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Exactly, of course it is, of course it is. But you get all the tools you need to put the frame together.
Yep.
It's a quick and easy job. And I think as well, what was really is illustrated really well in the advert is when you're not using this frame, you don't need to dismantle it. It's light enough, portable enough to actually pop it against a wall under a bed.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of our customers have got like L brackets on the wall and they just hook it up on there.
It's a really smart
and
idea.
then just bring it back down because it's made of obviously of a light metal.
Yeah.
It's not heavy, so.
Actually, you know, normally I wouldn't be suggesting this, you know, with like a long arm frame, but a space in your single bedroom, not even the single bedroom, just a table. You could have it as a dedicated space. I think most of us could find that space.
Definitely.
You don't have to dedicate the whole room to this.
No.
But if you're working on your dining table or your kitchen table, it's easy enough to pop that frame fully assembled, and then to go from there to being ready to quilt, we're talking minutes.
Yes, just pop your quilt on, clamp it into place and you're away.
Imagine that, literally just minutes and you are set up ready to quilt.
It's exciting.
And the thing is as well, Samantha, you know, I honestly get this question all the time. In fact, yesterday I had a lovely conversation with a viewer off air who was asking exactly that, about working with a frame with her sewing machine, because she's really frustrated by her capabilities and the challenges actually for everyone of quilting a quilt.
Well, if I'm totally honest with you, if I was to sit down at a sewing machine and try and free motion my quilt, I'm awful. I tense up, I end up sort of headbutting the machine.
Yeah.
Whereas having something like this just allows you to draw with your sewing machine. So it's a lot more natural. You don't have to think about where you're quilting and where your quilt is and bringing it through that throat space. You just draw.
Will you do a little bit more quilting for us,
Of course
please,
I will, of course I will.
I'd love that. And then we've got some more questions.
So what you will see, because you asked about the foot control earlier, so just a little tip to people if they have got them as well. So on the sewing machine, we like to set the speed a little bit faster than you'd normally sew. So anywhere from the middle up. And then you can see I've turned the foot control around.
I have, it's the wrong way around.
Yeah, a little bit strange, but because you're pressing on that back part of the foot control, you just match the machine speed straight away. So you do get like a comfortable flow.
That's a really good tip.
And it actually helps keep your stitches quite consistent in size.
Yeah.
So if I was to start now, obviously I'm pressing on there and I'm just going foot to the floor.
Yeah.
And then I'm moving comfortably. You will see that I have got one hand on this frame, so it is very easy to be able to manoeuvre.
It's so cool. It's so smooth. You know, if you've who am I kidding? If you've ever, everybody's going, yes. If you've ever struggled with your quilt because you are wrestling with a quilt, you're not wrestling with anything here. The quilt isn't moving. We are working with this frame, which actually, you're not trying. I mean, if you're thinking, I'm having to move the weight of my sewing machine around, we're not doing that either, are we?
It's still as light as when you just moved that one. The weight of the machine doesn't actually make a difference.
No, it's all taken by the frame itself. Let me just remind you what you get. I'm just going to nip over there for a second, Samantha. This is what you get. You're saving £100 today. This is exhibition price. This is Festival of Quilts price, but with the added advantage of 5 split pays, £179 and change today to get the machine home, to get your frame home, okay, and actually get it set up and get quilting. It'll be a different experience, believe me, from wrestling with your quilt. No extra postage to pay. It's £4.95 capped rate. And that's for all of your purchases for the entire day, right up to midnight. You get your frame, okay, which is going to go on your tabletop, on a kitchen table or a dining table. Now, it doesn't matter what domestic sewing machine you've got. Okay, we've got some questions. Run them through, absolutely, run them through. I know these are the questions you want answered. Essentially, any domestic sewing machine is going to work. So, hi, lovely Samantha. Can I use my Brother NV 1800Q?
Yes, definitely. A lot of customers use that machine. As well as that, it comes with a lovely free motion foot, so that the visual of that is much better. So it works great on the frame.
Nice, nice. So yes, Tracy. Okay, next question. Hi. Yes, that's the one we've got. Thank you. Don't worry, we'll run all these questions, don't you worry. Can I use the machine sitting down?
Yes. Obviously, it depends on your table height.
Yep.
So you can sit down, stand up, or even have like a tall chair and still move along with the frame.
I was just going to say, if I could make a suggestion there, and this is from working on a long arm, you know the office chairs that we sometimes have here that have compression, that will go high, and I would say get yourself sitting as high as you can, or if it's on a table and you are sitting down and you can't vary the height of your chair, then have your a lower table, so you're a little higher, so that you have got a nice, comfortable reach.
That's right. And you want to be able to see your needle, of course.
Yeah.
We do have, like in the shop, we've got them on trestles, so obviously you can heighten them to the particular person.
Yeah.
And they're great because then you can decide one day if you want to stand or one day if you want to sit.
Really.
And it depends what quilting you're doing, really. If you're doing something intricate, I would want to sit down and really concentrate
Absolutely.
on it.
Micro quilting, again, you would want to sit down so that you can take your time. Collector in County Downs asked, does the Cutie fit a VQ2 Brother sewing machine?
Definitely. With that one, obviously, you have got an 11-inch throat space, which is great. So all you would do is this frame will extend out to warrant the bigger machine. And away you go.
Amazing. The Brother Innovis V7, yes, also fits.
Definitely.
The thing to keep in mind is that the bigger the throat space on your domestic sewing machine, the more reach, the more area within your frame you're going to be able to quilt before you need to advance the quilt, okay? So that is the only difference really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, let's just talk about the parameters. What does your sewing machine need to be able to do? Well, does your machine fit on the carriage? Can your feed dogs be disengaged? That's... Yeah. Does your... Yeah. Well, to be honest with you, you know, Singer sewing machines, you get a needle plate cover.
Yeah.
Can you use that?
Yeah, definitely. As long as you can free motion on your machine.
Yeah.
It'll go straight on here.
Can I say something really controversial?
Yeah.
I taught machine quilting for years. I never drop my feed dogs.
Oh, you keep them up?
I do. I do. And actually, if you've ever had problems with eyelashing on the back, personally, I find feed dogs up, stitch length set to 0.
Oh, and that can prevent it?
Actually improves things massively. Only because I had some people come along to classes with Singers where you had that plate, which I don't like. I think it raises it too much.
Yeah, that's
and it makes it a bit... Anyway, so the size of the machine. Oh, okay, yep. Right, okay, right. So, yeah, so a machine height up to 16 inches. That's so that it fits underneath the handlebars. Yeah?
Yep.
So measure your sewing machine and make sure it's no higher than 18 inches. Now, you know where you've got the thread spool pins sticking up there? It wouldn't matter if they were higher than 16 inches, would it?
No, because they would just be
They're
in
going
this
to go in
space.
between the bars. Yeah. And then you've got a bed height of 1.5 inches to 4.5 inches.
Yep.
Machine width of between 8.5 and 19?
Yep.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that's amazing. Throat length of anywhere between, is that 8.5 inches and 19 inches? Because you can get like long arm machines, like a Unique.
Yes. So,
which you can also put on these frames.
Yeah, so they've got them ranging from the Rebel, which is a 13-inch machine, which is still classed as like a domestic / long arm. And then it goes up to a 21-inch machine. Obviously, the 21's a bit big for this.
It's more than you need.
Yeah. But you can put a 16 or a 19-inch machine on there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you wouldn't have this because the machine comes with its own handles.
Right.
So sort of the size of that doesn't matter. and it would work perfectly.
But if you get into your quilting, and this is the thing, once you solve the issues which are holding you back, which frankly, wrestling with trying to move a quilt under a running sewing machine is a big hill to climb before you do anything else.
Yeah.
You've solved that in an instant.
Yeah.
You'll suddenly embrace quilting. Now, if you've got any specific questions about your machine, please email your machine details to the studio, so studio@sewingstreet.com, and then Hannah will feed that through to me and I will answer those questions, all right? Because I've got a really important question here that I'm going to ask in a second, which is about the width of quilt, about what size quilt can I quilt, okay? I'm going to answer that next. But yeah, get those questions through. Absolutely, absolutely fab. It's really cool actually to see this in action because really, unless we catch you at a show, and you are at shows, it's hard to see the ease that using this frame brings to the table. It's absolutely amazing. This will fit on your dining table, on your kitchen table.
Anyway.
Standing, sitting. And also as well, you know, in these days of like standing desks, actually there's never been a better time to buy a desk which raises and lowers. They're more available at a cheaper price than they've ever been. It's fab. That's what I'd go for. Celia from Essex, my mate Celia, hello my darling. What size table do you need please? And does the frame fold down smaller for storage? That's Celia from Essex.
So it can be lowered, because obviously you'll heighten it to warrant the machine you've got.
Yep.
And this top part of the frame can actually come off.
Right.
So if you did want to compact it down a little bit more,
yes,
you can. But as for the width of the frame, it does stay the same unless you start undoing bits.
Unless you dismantle it.
Yeah.
Which you could do.
Yeah, and you could just take off minor parts rather than taking it back down to scratch. So it can definitely be put away.
Yeah.
What tends to happen is you get it out and then keep it out. Because obviously it's easier to quilt the quilt, so it actually is enjoyable rather than stressful.
Well, exactly. That's the whole point, isn't it? We want to sit down or stand up and quilt and be excited, be ready, and actually really enjoy the process. And that's about solving issues which are not just your issue. It's not you. It's the whole concept of quilt and quilt. This solves those problems. Now, so many people have been asking, what size quilt can I quilt on my cutie?
Any size quilt.
So just one more time for the tape.
Any size quilt.
So a single bed?
Yeah, you can do a table runner, cushion cover, up to
king
a king size. You can do as much as you want. You can just keep going and going and going.
Absolutely incredible. So the next question is how? Because the frame doesn't extend, it doesn't get any longer. So how can I quilt a king size quilt or a long table runner?
Yeah. I'll show you. So what you've got here, obviously your quilt is in place with the clips. So if we've quilted all this area and we've got our quilt dangling down the side here, all we need to do is take off these clips at the front.
Yep.
Okay. And they just slide off the square bar. And then I'm just going to place them by this. So you've got the two on the front, which just slide off. And then what I tend to do is leave my needle where I finish. So I don't lose my place.
For sure.
So I'm just going to make sure that's in there.
So just leave the needle in the down position?
Yeah, just leave it where it is. Then I'm going to take off two of the back clips and leave one on.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to slide them off there. And same with this one. And then imagining our quilt is draping over the side now. We've got that bigger one. All I need to do is hold in my quilt and I'm simply going to pull everything
stop it.
Across.
Look how easy that is.
So now I would just
Samantha, I
carry
don't know
on
why,
here.
but I had this idea you were going to have to take the whole thing off
Yeah.
and then reload the whole thing. You literally...
Just slide it along. You keep your place. If you do take everything off, you risk it not being right because obviously you're following in that particular pattern.
Yeah.
So by keeping one on, just anchors you to the frame.
Brilliant.
Because you've got the smooth carriages, it will all just glide across and then you can continue on that quilting.
I love it. So Susan, who got in touch through Facebook and asked, sorry, forgot to ask, what if my quilt is wider than the Grace Cutie frame?
Just pull it along.
There you go. and then you just put the clips back on and you're back to quilting.
Exactly.
Literally a couple of minutes.
That's it. And the clips are easy to go on, as you've seen, sort of taking them off.
Oh, they're brilliant.
So what you need to do is just make sure you've got the cutie facing you.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
And then you've got the 2 big clips at the front. And what I do is just give it a little bit of a
I was
slight
just about
pull.
to ask you, what's the tension? What tension are we trying to achieve on the quilt?
So this particular quilt is only tacked at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so I make sure I use a good wadding so it clings to the wadding and it kind of keeps its place.
Yeah.
But when you put the clips on, so when I pull that taut and then I put those clips in, you see it actually pulls in the quilt. So
do we want it kind of a little bit of bounce like a drum skin, but not
And a
rigid.
good thing to test as well, if I'm to sort of put my hand underneath here,
Got you.
I can just grab all 3 layers.
Got you.
And that is perfect. If it's too tight, obviously it's
Will you just show us again while the camera is on there, just where you reached under?
So I'm
because this is super important, isn't it?
Yeah, just putting my hand underneath the frame here and you can see that it's just bouncing up. So if I'm just to sort of grip where my fingers are, I can grab all 3 layers. And that, to me, is perfect.
Got you.
What you will find as well is the bed of your machine pushes everything where it needs to be when it's sewing. So obviously, again, it's giving it the extra support.
Yeah, fab. Oh my God! I tell you, personally, my mind has been blown today because I mean, I like you have seen the predecessor, because this is kind of new and improved. The handlebars go up and over now, a very, very nice, comfortable, natural position to hold those handlebars rather than the old style, which was down here. But you know, actually being here with Samantha and seeing this in action, and for me, do you know, the thing that was I was struggling to get over was, but what about when you move the quilt on? Isn't that a hassle? And I've just had that.
It makes sense once you see it.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. And the fact that you can quilt any size. Now, Rob, who is also from the same company, from J&B Sewing Machine, is right outside in our green room and he is on his laptop computer answering emails. So if you've got a question that you want to ask about, will my machine fit, but what about this? The best thing to do is email the studio@sewingstreet.com. We are forwarding all those emails to Rob. He will answer those emails. It'll fit any machine, any domestic sewing machine, but also, as well, it will also fit what are known as sort of long arm sewing machines, things like the Quilting. And so he will email you straight back, so you get a personal answer. If you email, and I try to answer that through Facebook, then it will kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of limiting. It's much better to hear straight from Rob, so get your emails in. Here's the email one more time, and Rob will email you back as fast as his fingers can type. studio@sewingstreet.com. See, Rob thought he'd got the easy job sitting in, just watching, having a cup of tea and a little bicky. Now, the setup when the box arrives is playing on a few people's minds. And I hear that because the very first question I asked was not, what can it do? It was, well, how skillful do I need to be to put it together? If I need to put something together, it kind of, can you just talk us through that?
So when you open the box, you do have good instructions. And I know everyone says that, but they've got pictures and text. So there's always something for you to refer back to. But what we have always said from day one with these is if you are struggling putting it together, you've only got to pick up that phone. Rob will tell you exactly what goes where,
Yeah.
And so we do help in that respect. But what you see, obviously, you've got the bars here, so there is one, hence why the box is, you know, so a lot of it is already put together.
Absolutely.
You've got your corner pieces that you're obviously assembling. You've got the runners here. So once you've got that base bit, it's plain and simple, honestly. You've got the carriages then, so your base one, which is the one at the bottom, that's as it is. Then you've got this upper carriage, you're just putting them on.
Yeah.
So something that looks quite big
Yeah.
is a couple of screws.
Yeah, so it's part assembled when it arrives. It's only putting the final bits together, and you get any tools that you require are included, which is great for me because I don't have tools as a rule. I always say the only screwdriver you'll ever see me with is the one that comes with a sewing machine. Absolutely amazing product and an amazing day to buy. You're saving £100. We are giving you festival price today, £899 plus the option of split pays, £179.80 to get the Cutie frame home. You don't have to keep on disassembling. When you finish using it, you can literally, I mean, I saw this earlier on. I mean, this carriage literally just slips out from under here. And then this frame, I mean, if you've got a bed with space underneath, this would slide under most beds.
Yeah, definitely.
What size table would you need? Celia asked this question earlier. What sort of size footprint?
So the size of the table, and what you'll see as well is here you've got this slight overhang on the front, okay? So see that just on the front there?
Oh, yeah.
If that isn't on your table, that's fine. So when you look at the footprint of the frame, that can overhang. As long as you've got the two runners, which are these and these here, resting on your table, that's all that matters.
That's really cool, because I'm thinking actually that if you did want to work with a paper pantograph, then obviously you want maybe like a 6-inch wide strip on your table. So you could push the frame forward slightly, so long as those bits are just overhanging, and then you can follow your paper pantograph.
The pantograph can sit in the back, that space there as well, because your laser would attach onto the carriage, and it's, you know, you can move it and pivot it, but that would just run on the base there.
Amazing. Now, we do have quite a lot of inquiries, Samantha, about things like paper pantographs. Do you have those, or are they widely available?
Yeah, you can. Pantographs, you can either create your own, which some people do if they're creative. We sell a wide range of pantographs, and they are suitable for most domestics, obviously due to the size. So they start from a 3-inch design, and they work their way up to like 12, 15 inches for the bigger machines. But obviously, if you've got an 8-inch throat space, you can do a 5 or 6-inch pantograph.
Of course you can.
So yeah, you can get them.
Or 2 repeats of a 3-inch.
Yeah, exactly. And on the pantographs that we've got as well, they're great because they've got the one darker line for you to follow, and then you've got the lighter line for you to realign it. But the laser itself is battery powered, so it'll work with your machine and whoever else's machine.
Great.
And it just attaches onto your carriage. And away
so
you go.
can I make a request? Next time you come, can you bring the laser lights? That would be amazing.
Sure.
And even some pantographs would be cool.
Yeah, of course.
But also as well, if you Google, there's lots of companies that do long arm quilting designs, and lots of them are available as downloads, not relevant here, but also as paper. And you can even have them customized and printed to the size that you want, which I think is a really cool thing too. Or even just, if you want to do something like a loop-the-loop, and you want it to be nice and even, you can get a piece of freezer paper, draw 2 lines, or as many lines as you need, draw your own design and follow your own. Yeah, it's just amazing. What a piece of kit. Can you show us it again in action?
Yeah, sure. So again, go on.
So some people are asking, do I need to clamp the Cutie frame to a table?
No. So you'll see here, that is just resting on the table. Underneath, you have got like a rubber grip. So it doesn't go anywhere. It won't physically sort of move off your table. But again, it's not damaging your table.
Got you.
You haven't got to screw it down, meaning you've got holes in your table. You just rest it on, take it off.
Amazing. Another question, and this is a really, really good question actually, respect to whoever asked this, who has asked, what happens about changing my bobbin?
Okay, so...
Really good question.
Depending on machine, if you've got a top loading, So what I would do for here, for instance, if I'd run out of bobbin in the middle of the quilt, I would just take off one clip and then I can lift the quilt to get to where I need to.
Yep.
If I've got the front loading bobbin, obviously that's going to be here.
Yeah.
So I could just go to the side if I was by here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just change it from
Just
underneath.
literally lift the quilt up and go under.
Yeah, with this frame as well, because of the carriage, which is nice, and little things like this sort of make it easier, you've got a bobbin holder in the top, so you can pre-wind them and put it in there. So you haven't got to unthread and do it all over again.
Yeah. And also as well as a long arm quilter, I've got into a habit, which I wasn't in before, of before I start the row, I check my bobbin.
Oh, yeah.
And I always make sure that I'm happy that I've got enough thread to finish my row. On the occasion that I don't, you literally just, you move your machine. Look, you can see there's a big space here. If there wasn't that space, then you pull the quilt
And
along.
just lift it up, yeah.
But otherwise, you just, you know, advance your sewing machine to over here, change your bobbin, and then go back and carry on.
Definitely.
It's as easy as that. Obviously, you're not using any different bobbins to the ones you're going to use in... You're using your domestic sewing machine. It's exactly the same machine that you've pieced your top on or whatever. You might even have a second machine that you keep in the frame.
Yeah, you've got one for piecing and one for...
What about the wires? Where do they go on your sewing machine?
So here at the moment, our wires are obviously plugged into the back, and then we fed them through down by these clips just to hold them into place. But obviously with your table, you've got the gap underneath, so it would just feed underneath your table. Whereas here, obviously, we're on an island, so we've just fed it through, hold into the clips, and then it comes down to the front.
Understood. Can I ask, can somebody grab me a tape measure, please? Because lots of people are asking, what size is your table that you're using right now? I'm going to measure it, and thank you, Michael. I'm just going to swap places. I'm gonna... Hi. I don't normally do things like this, Samantha, I would just like to point out. I really ought to have a pencil behind my ear because I feel like a proper tradesman now. Right, I'm going to tell you this in inches. So obviously I've got space either side. So my table, I'm thinking it's slightly longer than 6, so about 62 inches. I mean, the actual frame itself, this might be helpful for me to tell you, that the frame itself, look, is, well, including the nut that's sticking out there, 52 inches long, okay? So my table's 62 and I've got 5 inches at either side, spare, yeah? And then in terms of the width of the table, the whole table is 35 inches. This is the work table that we're using it on. The actual frame, okay, is 27 inches, but we can have up to here hanging off the edge. So in actual fact, the bit that needs to go on your table is 23 inches, which is actually quite narrow. Any table would be wider, I think. Now, how do you load your quilt in the first instance?
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take it off and then I'll show you a bit of the coils then as well. So, like I explained earlier, we're just going to take those clips off there and place them underneath. And again with the back ones. So what you see here then, obviously it's good to see the machine actually on that carriage.
Really good.
You've got these blue clips on the side which just kind of help keep your machine there. Not that it's going to go anywhere because obviously they're heavy. But it just gives it a bit of extra support.
But just to remind everybody, you're not trying to move the weight of your sewing machine.
You're just
this feels as light as with no machine on it. Seriously. You could move this with, look, I'm using my little finger to move this machine. The frame is taking the weight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. A good tip as well, when putting on the machine, obviously, you've got this bar which goes through the throat space of the machine. So what you'd need to do at first is you just unscrew this here.
Yeah.
That bar then pushes through to your side.
So you take it through both, yes, like this.
Yeah, and then
so
you put your machine
machine goes on,
and then
you
through.
slide. And it's a one-person job as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
We're doing it two-handed for speed, but it's a one-person job.
And then just tighten it back up, and then that gives you your perimeter, okay? And then I'm ready to go. So I've got my quilt.
Yep.
I make sure it's all sewn at the top, like I said earlier.
So you based your 3 layers together by machine along one top edge.
Yeah, that's all I
And
do.
would you use something like 505 spray to hold your layers or not?
Personally, I've never done it.
Amazing.
I always rely on these clips and they hold it in for me.
Cool.
Like I said earlier with the wadding, you can see that that's actually kind of got a natural stick to that wadding.
Yeah, cotton sticks to cotton.
Exactly, so just a couple of spreads out, we like to smooth our quilts.
Of course, if you are using something like a polyester, a bamboo, a blend, then you're still going to be able to use the layers just as normal. It'll quilt, and thick wadding as well.
Yep, it'll do that,
do
no
that too.
problem. Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely
then
incredible.
I would just place this on there, so wherever I sort of need
move
to
this down a little
quilt.
bit.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to put it a little bit further up so I can show you how I then roll up the quilt here. So just getting my clips.
If I wanted to, and certainly like the age-old advice when you're quilting a quilt is to start in the middle and work outwards. I personally would argue with that. Okay, but a viewer has asked, can I start quilting in the middle of a quilt and work out if I want to?
Yes, you can quilt it how you wish.
Any way you wish.
So me personally, I start from the top and I make my way all the way across the quilt, and then I come back down and kind of zigzag across the quilt, because any shift goes that way, comes back that way. So I do zigzag across it. But
I mean, however you want to do it. If
Yep.
you wanted to quilt all of the open blocks first, you can quilt those. Then you can go back and quilt the
Yeah.
pieced blocks. If you kind of in the zone and you're quilting different things,
Yeah.
you could attack it that way.
I've done it
too.
before where I felt like I finished my quilt. I binded my quilt, I had done everything to it, and then I thought, oh, I wanted to do a little bit more in there.
Samantha, I'm glad
Just
you
put it
said
straight
that.
back on.
I was saying only yesterday that I've gone back to quilts that have been in the washing machine and I've carried on quilting them.
Yeah, and just pop it on and clamp it into place. So really, it doesn't matter where you start. If you are going to start from the middle, then I would just make sure you're anchored at the top.
Yeah.
And sort of spread it out as you go, just like you would normally.
Yeah, yeah. See, I think the starting in the middle and working outwards assumes that the layers are going to shift. And actually, if you prep your quilt and everything properly and you have got it clamped, it doesn't shift.
Nope.
So if it doesn't shift, you can quilt anywhere you like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do now, I just tend to smooth this down. And when I'm working on one of my quilts, I've always got a bit of best press with me and I give it a bit of a spray. And as I smooth it out then, any creases will just obviously disappear once I put the clamps on. So I'm just going to pop that on and just push that into place. And you can see that there is nice and taut compared to this. So then as soon as I put the other clip on,
Yeah, you can see the difference the clamp makes.
and then just a slight little pull of all 3 layers, push that on.
Great, lovely,
And you'll be
nice,
ready to
nice,
go.
smooth area.
You do get 2 side pieces as well, so there is a smaller one just under here. So if I just show you that. And then that then will just help support
Got you.
that bit on the side. So obviously there is 2, so if your quilt is much bigger.
And I noticed as well, you've got like bungees at the end as well.
Yes, so they don't come with the frame.
Right.
But as you can see here, because I've shifted my quilt, or even if I was doing a table runner, I've got a slight bit of sort of bag on my backing. So what I can do with the bungee, and you'll see that it's on one of those side clips, turn it to the side, and then you've got your little clamp on there. These then will obviously extend how much you need and just support the fabric there and pull the back in. So if I just bring
They're
that
an optional
over,
extra, aren't they?
yes, yes, they are. So if I just bring that over, and you've got your little toggle there, just make it bigger, but you will see then the extra support that gives you, and then pull it tight, and it just helps to bring that back layer up.
We did have a question earlier on, actually. It's probably not the only question we've had, which is, what about if my project is narrower than the frame? So say it was a long, slim runner, for example.
So what I would suggest, you can get things like cloth leaders, which obviously give you that extra fabric at the top and the bottom. But normally you're going to have extra layers like this. You're going to have extra wadding and extra backing. So as long as that is under your clip, you'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, your backing and your wadding are bigger, and if they're bigger, your top can float.
Yes.
Your top could be here. It could be a pin cushion if you really wanted to quilt that on the frame. You could do that. The other thing, you can always just hand tack or machine tack some calico to your project if you want it larger.
Yeah, and that'll be under there.
And then trim it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So you can do any size. There's no limits with it.
Amazing. The setup is really quick.
Yeah.
Any sewing machine, any domestic sewing machine. I think the thing, lots of people are asking this question, and I know I've answered it, but it's because it seems like too good to be true. But it's not too good to be true. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Your throat space on your machine dictates how far forward in the frame you can travel. So with the Elna 680, this is how far I can get. It's a little more than halfway into the frame. Yeah. If you've got something like the 720 Pro, which I think has 11 inches of throat space, you'll be able to get 3 inches further, because this has, well, in fact, I think this has got about a 7-inch throat space, something like that, 6.5, 7 inch. The smaller the throat space, obviously the smaller channel. But what Samantha's shown us really brilliantly is how quickly and easily you can advance your quilt. So if you're advancing it this way, it's literally take off 2 brackets, pull it along, reattach them, and you're away. And even advancing forward.
Yeah, it's very, very quick. So I will show you the coils now, because we have got quite a bit of excess quilt down here.
Do we get these included?
Yeah, so they come part of the frame. So again, the reason why we have Cutie facing us is because these fit in to that clip. So they just slide in to the side of that, okay? And then your excess quilt that you've now rolled up because you've quilted it, simply
finished.
Just pops in there. So you get 3 of them to warrant how many clips you've got. And then that is all out of the way. It's not dangling down, so we're going to sew in it. It's all just hiding up in there.
Brilliant, brilliant. That's terrific. You know, for me, I mean, Festival of Quilts is only next week.
I know.
And we're going to have a very, very busy time. And I don't want to take away anything from Festival, but I will just have to, I can't not say that you don't have to carry this frame home from Festival. Even to the car park, it's a long way. And you get split pay by buying it today for £179.80. That's what you pay today. It's £4.95 flat rate postage for the whole day for anything, everything from Sewing Street. Okay. So split pay, you don't have to carry it home, £4.95 postage for the whole day included. I think today's a brilliant day. And I almost forgot, you're getting Festival price.
Yeah.
It's £100 off, it's £899. Amazing. And if you take the split pay option, you're not paying any interest. You don't have to fill in a form. There's no credit checks to go through. It's dull. I hate filling in forms. You don't have to do any of that. It's literally just an option you pick when you check out your basket as, oh my goodness, I'm just watching on my screen now. The numbers are dwindling. And when I say they are dwindling, they are seriously dwindling. There are twice as many of you now with the Cutie frame in your baskets than I have stock of.
Wow.
Obviously I get my instruction manual for how to put the frame together. Are there instructions for how to kind of get started and how to put my quilt on the frame, or
yes,
are there videos, or how do I?
Yeah, they explain a bit of this as well, sort of how to prep your quilt. But as well as that, obviously, just give me a call and I can sort of give you any lesson that you need. Cool. But you have got a lot of videos online.
Oh, are there?
Yes.
Great.
So Leah Day is one of their ambassadors.
Oh, Leah Day.
Yeah, she's great.
Say no more.
Hello, my quilting friends. You know, that's Leah. But she obviously goes through actually building the frame and then putting the quilt on.
Oh, so there's a video of building. There's a video of building the frame. Huzzah! See, I love that.
Yep.
Visual learner. Celia in Essex asks, how big is the delivery box, please? I've got a picture with scale. I'm just wondering where the box is because I've got my tape measure. It's been taken out of the studio, okay. But we'll show you for reference how much deeper than the table is that box, or is it on the? It's on the table.
It's not much.
It's actually on the table, right? So it's about 1.5 times the height of a sewing machine, and probably 3 times the length, roughly.
Yeah.
It looks. Oh, here we go. The measurements. There we go. 56 inches. Oh, I see. 56 inches by 21 inches by 5.5 inches. That's pretty precise. And 35 pounds in weight.
Yeah.
There you go. We've answered that question. Fabulous, isn't it? Once you've finished the row of quilting, how do you move the fabric so that you can do the next row, please? That's Kerry in Tyne and Weir. So let's imagine that this section was all quilted.
Yep.
How do we advance
And move it up.
to the next?
Okay, so doing this, you do need to take off all the clips. So you're just going to pull them ones up there.
Do you have to pull something back on that?
So just push the top.
Oh, I see.
And that's
Gotcha.
it, and it'll release
That's
it.
easy.
Yeah. And then you've got those ones
Oh,
off there.
sorry.
And
What am I
so
doing?
with this, when you are moving up the quilt, you want to make sure that you leave a little bit of quilting still out here, because you want to be able to blend that quilt in. You don't want to hide it and then have a row and a gap of no free motion. So here now, I would just shimmy that up and then replace the clips on there. So you see just one push.
While you're doing that, Samantha,
Yeah.
would the Dukey TL fit?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jenny Jackson's asked. See, this is for professionals and amateurs and, you know, hobbyists. I hate that term, amateurs.
No one's an amateur.
No, you know what I mean?
No.
I hate it. But you know what I mean? But you know, I class myself as a common or garden quilter. I'm just having a go. I'm doing my best. But professionals alike use these frames. My goodness me, what a smart solution to the very real problem of wrestling with a quilt. And I always liken it to drawing. Do you hold the paper under a pencil and try and move the paper under a pencil to draw? Or do you want to hold the pencil and draw on a fixed piece of paper?
We want
And
the
that's what you're
pencil.
doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
With Cutie? Your fixed piece of paper is your quilt. It doesn't move. Your pencil is your sewing machine, so it feels a lot more natural, And I mean, I do a lot of exhibitions and a lot of shows where I'm introducing people to long arm quilting. And trust me when I say, everybody, without exception, is better when they are moving the pencil instead of moving the paper. Everybody. Whatever your skill level, including none.
Yeah.
We get lots of, you know, interesting or dragged along husbands, partners, who also go, oh, I'll have a go at that. And,
They
blow
tend
me
to write their
down.
name first, don't they?
They're always good. They're always good. Right, another question, a message. Susan from Norfolk says, I asked my partner to help me put it up. I had done it myself before he got there.
Oh, well done,
You're
Phil.
redundant, no problem, Sue. That's great. Love that. Now, can I use things like rulers for ruler work?
Yeah, as long as your machine is capable and it's got the ruler foot, 100%.
So you know, like the ones that are almost like slots that you sew in. Do you know those?
Oh,
kind
like
of
they
rulers?
cut out in the middle.
Yeah, something like pars.
Yeah.
You can use those.
Yeah.
And also if you use something like just a obviously they're made for quilting against, a straight ruler for straight lines, things like that, you can use those too.
Yeah.
Right.
Just bear in mind, obviously, the base of your sewing machine,
Yep.
because that's where the ruler will be. So if you take off your accessory and you've got that bit, the free arm,
it's
the
going to
ruler.
wobble.
Yeah, so make
Yeah.
sure you've got the full advantage of your machine.
So you want to make sure that you keep the accessory box on
Yeah.
your machine if it's removable. Keep it on. Great. That's really good to know as well, because things like ditch quilting seem so basic that they should be easy and they're anything but this is a way of doing it.
Yeah, so even you
Easy.
imagine sort of going along here, how much easier that's going to be. So if you had your ruler, because you've got one hand on the ruler and then you've got the capability of being able to move that all the way across there,
Yes.
instantly that was so much easier. And then obviously you can come down, travel where you need to. So you've got the better visual, really. It's all tensioned. You haven't got to cram it all in.
I think, you know, I've always worried slightly about exactly what you just said then, the trying to use a ruler when you're free motion quilting, where you're because moving a quilt's hard enough, and then you're trying to hold a ruler still with one hand and move.
Yeah.
I just don't see how anyone
If you
does
can
it.
pat your head and rub your tummy, you're fine. But if you can't, then...
But the quilt is still, it is stationary, it is tensioned, it is perfectly layered. Our ruler is held with one hand. I can move the machine with my little finger if I want to. I can go along that ruler, move my ruler across, move my ruler back up. This is how you do it.
Yes.
Can we keep you a little bit longer, please?
If you wish.
You happy to stay?
Whatever you
Have
want.
about another 10 more minutes. Is
Yeah,
that
of
all
course.
right?
Yeah, sure.
Amazing. Yeah, just brilliant. Let's talk about real basics here.
Okay.
In terms of my sewing machine, what do I need? What do I need to be able to do?
So obviously setting it for free motion, so lower your feed dogs, put your free motion foot on.
So like a darning foot. Does it matter whether it's open, closed, one of those kind of big foot?
Like the Echo type one.
Yeah.
No, you can use any foot that comes with your machine.
Including something like a stitch regulated.
Yeah.
So if you've got the ASR from Elna, you can use that too.
Yeah, and the bonus with that, obviously, it's doing part of the thinking for you, so it is a great advantage. But obviously, visual is key. So I quite like a small foot personally because I'm looking at the needle, nothing else. But as long as you've got that on, you change your needle. So if you're anything like me, every new quilt gets a new needle.
Yeah, for sure.
So you want to up the size of your needle.
What would you recommend? What size? 90?
I would go like 16.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the long
Didn't
arm
mean anything to
machines,
me then. Is that
I'm the other
90?
way. I'm the other way. I think 90's 14, isn't it? I don't know. So we use a 16. On the long arms, we go even higher and go up to the 18. But basically, because you're putting a lot of speed to this, you want the stronger needle. So as soon as you've done that, you're ready to go.
And in terms of things like the threads, you can use things like trilobal polyester, you can use your glide threads, your long arm quilting threads as well.
Because it's your sewing machine, you know what thread it likes. So you just keep it happy. Use the thread that you do daily for your normal quilting. And it'll be all perfect.
Brilliant. The other thing, of course, that you can do with this is you can do applique, free motion applique on your quilts, can't you?
Yes,
it's not all about
definitely.
quilting.
No. You can do what you wish with it, really. We've actually had a couple of dressmakers have this, and then they sort of embellish the fabric and then make the garment. So basically, if you're creative, you can do what you wish with it.
Yeah, I know quite a few sort of quilt artists that do their art like this. Any domestic sewing machine will fit Singer, Elna, Janome, Brother, Dukey, what have I missed out? Fuff, Benina, Husqvarna's. Any domestic sewing machine will work. The bigger the throat space, the more quilt you can quilt in your frame before you need to advance it. But even if you've got a small domestic sewing machine, it will still work on the frame. You will have a smaller area that you can quilt. But remember, that is across the entire width or length.
Yes.
So you saw how easy it was to move the quilt along. So I think I'd be inclined, if I was working on a single quilt, that I would actually load it long way, like
Yeah.
landscape, because I can do longer rows before I advance it.
Yeah, and another way of thinking, so if you've got a quilt with quite a big border, you don't want to have to sew down here on your border and then match it up and move it. Do all the free motion inside, take that off, turn it round, and then you've got the full advantage and you can slide it across and keep it all in line.
And actually, professional long arm quilters do exactly the same thing. Even if they've got a 12-foot frame that they can put the whole quilt on, they will still turn the quilt to be able to quilt each border in its entire length. So it's no different. Now, would you believe, Samantha, that I have to just halt proceedings now for a very serious talk?
Okay.
Because I have a stock warning, which, I will be honest, no one was expecting. But I'm going to have to give you a very serious stock warning. Wow. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay, I just need to process this. Right, I need to let you know that I have got 20 frames left. I've got 20 frames left. Wow. There are over 90 of you with it in your baskets. I cannot get any more, we cannot get any more stock today, and I suspect until after festival.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but
That's
you're
fine.
at festival next week, and I'm imagining
Yes.
your stock is ring fenced. Yeah. So those 20 frames that I've got right now, that's it. You're making a £100 saving. It's festival price. You've got 5 split pays. It's less than £180 to get your cutie frame home. And I would suggest before Festival of Quilts.
Yeah.
There's every likelihood before Festival of Quilt. You might not be going to Festival, but you might well have your frame all set up. But, oh, hang on a minute. This is accurate, isn't it, what I've got here? I've got 11 left. I've got 11 frames left. That's it. Could we see some quilting, please?
Of course you can.
Show me your magic.
So just lowered my foot. I'm all ready to go on my foot control, and I'm just going to get that sewing. So you see it just glides across the quilt.
That's so smooth.
I know.
It's so smooth.
And you can see, obviously, it's one hand as well. And it just glides across the quilt.
That's awesome. That is awesome. It is just, it's almost effortless, isn't it?
You haven't got to think about anything. Your muscles know what they're doing.
This is the thing. This is why anybody who has ever tried or not tried to quilt on a domestic sewing machine where they're moving the quilt is instantly better. No practice required. No. You are instantly better because all of these things that are holding you back have been taken away.
Yeah.
You're not wrestling with the quilt. You're not trying to wrestle with your machine either. Everything is kind of, is it counterbalance or something? How does it?
Well, because you've got the base carriage obviously doing its left to right movements, and then you've got the upper carriage going front to back, it just glides. It really does just glide.
And it's 360,
across.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not this way or that way. It's...
So
I mean, I feel like the hips need to come in here as
well.
well.
Funny enough, I do say
It is funny watching people do it, isn't it, to start, because the whole body goes.
Yes, well, the way I've always said it, so when you're practicing, they always tell you get a pen and just doodle on a bit of paper. But
Muscle
for
memory.
me, I always find that that's only the one part of my body moving.
True.
So I like to get a bit of plastic with a dot on as my needle, and I move the whole body, because
Like
when I
that.
then come here, my body knows where to go rather than just my one arm.
It's true. It's kind of whole body, it's muscle memory, and always, even if you're working on the cutie, which solves 90% of the problems, I would suggest, still, I think it's worth practicing with a pen and paper, practicing those movements, or even drawing with your finger on the quilt itself, or if you're using a paper pantograph, rather, drawing with your finger. It's just learning the route, isn't it? Brilliant. Now, Samantha, I'm just going to recap
Okay.
what comes in the box. I've literally got 6 cutie frames left. You're all taking advantage of the fact that we're giving you festival price a week before festival. You don't have to carry it home. You don't have to struggle with anything. It's going to get delivered to your door for $4.95, and you can spread the cost over 5 months if you wish by choosing split pay. I'm going to head over here.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to take a Christmas tree with me. Well, I mean, talk about a Christmas present. My goodness me. And it's the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? Because it's about making quilting achievable. Now, for your £899, you're getting everything that you can see here right now. You're getting your tabletop frame, which, as we've shown, I think, will fit on your kitchen table, your dining table. If you want to get one of those desks from that, is it a Swedish store, yeah, that raises and lower, yeah, you can do that too. Yeah, lift or lower. You can work at this standing up, sitting down, sitting on a kind of, I mean, my office chair makes me taller than I am standing up, so I'm comfortable and tall. Hurrah. Absolutely brilliant. Works with any sewing machine, any domestic sewing machine. But also, I just want to point out, and even though we don't sell them here, I just want to point out as well that there are long arm sewing machines that you can buy that have 13-inch throat space, 15-inch throat space, that will also fit onto your cutie. So if you get it home and you might have a few years where you're absolutely loving with your machine, but you get so into it and your friends are all saying, quilt my quilt for me, you might even want to go to one of those machines in the future where you can use the entire front to back throat space.
Yep.
Your cutie's going to grow with you. What I'm trying to say here is it's not limited to the sewing machine that you've got right now.
Yeah.
Think about that too. So you're getting everything. This amazing carriage, you'd be that side most of the time, using these handlebars to move, and it is effortless. Whether the machine's on it or not, it's no different. The weight's no different.
No.
You can move it with your little finger. And it's this beautiful 360, just amazing. You can use it with rulers. Make sure you're using a ruler that's designed for quilting against, not your rotary cutting ruler.
Oh, no. You want the thicker ones.
It's got to be thicker so that the foot can't slip over onto the ruler. But I mean, just incredible. All of your clamps to hold your quilt in place. There are a few little add-ons you can get, which I think would be ace to have maybe next time you come. Things like a laser light for following a pantograph. But I mean, it's not going to hold you back. It's not stopping you getting going
you can go straight with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can use things like a friction pen to draw on your quilt any design you want, and you can use that as your pantograph, you know?
It just gives you a guideline of where you're going, rather than you having to think about it. You just go where your pen is.
Exactly. You can even mark it as you go.
Yeah.
I've got 4 frames left. My screen here is actually faster than my producer Hannah's, and I've got 4 frames left, and there are over 90 of you with it in your baskets. I don't think any of us, I mean, we know it's an amazing deal. I don't think any of us thought that we would sell out of the frame today. But I did joke that we might. I've got 4 left. I've got over 90 in baskets. Thank you so much, every one of you that's got involved. Well done if you've got your cutie frame. I've got 1 frame left. I've got 1 frame left. Wow, 3 of you have just checked out your baskets. I've got 1 frame left. Sorry if you missed out. Well, Samantha, we'll get you back at some point, but it will be after Festival of Quilts. We're going to go to a break. Oh, we've sold out. We have sold out. We've sold out. Come here. I think we need a high five for that. Brilliant, absolutely well done. We'll see you after the break. Go and have a lie down.
Oh, I need it.
See you after this.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I am so excited to launch the brand new Brother Innovis 1100 sewing machine on Sewing Street this Friday. What a fantastic machine. Computerized, 140 stitches, 5 different font styles. You've also got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes and the most incredible foot package. But that's not half of it. You've got a knee lift, an extension table. You've also got a special quilter's package with a walking foot, a darning or free motion quilting foot, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, even a handy hoop to guide your quilting. It's an amazing machine. I can't wait to show it you this Friday here on Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
cross-stitch legend Jane Greenoff is back with me.
Yes, I am.
Calm me down.
Coffeed up.
Calm me down. Are you coffeed
Busy
up?
session. No, I said, yes, I've drunk lots of coffee.
Oh, lovely.
Lots of coffee.
Gorgeous.
Hi, everybody. Back again.
A wonderful hour of Christmas cross-stitch now. And, you know, Christmas for me is always about kind of a bit of the past, a bit of now. It's that nostalgia. And there is something quintessentially comforting about cross-stitch for me.
There is. Well, there is for me too. It's a great mindlessness thing, I think. Mindfulness, not mindless. Well, it's mindless as well.
Speak for yourself.
Oh, yeah, right.
Mine's pretty mindless.
I know that on the occasions when I've been incredibly stressed, when Bill had surgery, when my son had surgery, I sat with my back to the clock and I sat with my stitching.
Yeah.
And it just, you know, and
So
people,
absorbing.
when they say stitching meant so much to me, you know, it's very common.
Yeah, it's very relatable.
Yeah.
Now, I've got some beautiful linen Watbow Christmas tree decorations. And we talked about this earlier, and you said this was the ideal place to start sewing on linen.
Yes.
So if you've done Ada, or you've never done cross-stitch, but you want to start, you started on Ada.
I started on linen.
On linen, I'm so sorry, yes.
No, my neighbour showed me, I called in to see her one day, and she'd got what looked like, any of you remember an antimacassar?
Yes.
They were the things that went on the back of sofas.
Yep.
Well, I thought this was what that was. And she said, oh, no, it's a sampler, and I've got to put another set of alphabets on yet. And of course, I couldn't see any transfer, which is all I knew about. And she said, no, you count it from a chart, and you count the threads. And I mean, I couldn't see the threads, let alone count them. Anyway, that was the beginning. I sat that day and stitched a strawberry badly. And then that was it.
Yeah.
1983.
Amazing. And, well, I mean, look at you now. And also here, you've got two Watbow decorations. So it's both of them for $12.99. First of all, we're going to start with gingerbread and Christmas pudding.
So
two
I've
things
got
I can't live
gingerbread man.
without.
There's the gingerbread man.
Yep. And I've got the puddings. Oh, come over this away. That is
That's
perfect.
better, isn't it? There we
So
are.
I've got Christmas pudding. You've got you get both for $12.99. And look, it's three-sided with a little tassel. You make the tassel. You make the cord. You get instructions for how. And then here, look, is the little gingerbread. Not my gummy drop buttons.
Yes, look. Aren't
Don't
they
worry, yours
smashing?
won't speak. Absolutely beautiful. The quality in these kits is phenomenal. And also, look, you could, one for you, one for a gift, because you get both and they're individually packaged.
Yes.
So you could actually split these up and make two gifts. You get full instructions for how to cross-stitch.
Yes.
How to cross-stitch.
How to stitch on linen. And I do teach you all the different steps as you go through. And you can stitch one of these in an evening. I have done it. So I know this to be true.
One evening.
One evening.
Whole thing.
Whole thing.
Wow. That elephant spit sure is sticky.
I know.
Wowzer. It's like a security tag. But inside each, I want to show you because you get such a lot for the money. It's absolutely brilliant, Jane. There you go.
So first of all,
these are those sort of gorgeous little heirlooms. You could hang them on a tree. You could attach them to a key. You could have them as little door hangers.
I just want you to see this because that's what you're going to make. You're going to stitch 3 in a row like that. And it's the way they're folded that turns them
It's
into
so
that.
clever, like a humbug.
It's very similar. And the reason they're called a Watbow is I bought a little key ring at the night market in Cambodia. It wasn't cross-stitch actually, although there was masses of cross-stitch there. It was a woven key ring, and I can remember standing there going, oh, this is nice, 4 sides. Is it 4 sides? Is it 3? How many sides is it? And it was 3 sides. So the first one of these I made, I absolutely truly stitched individual squares.
Got you.
And then when I made it, I realised that that's what you have to do. So you stitch these 3 in a row, and then in the instructions, there's your thread card for sorting your threads.
Even that, you just having things like that, it's such a lovely little extra. Do you get the needle?
Yes.
Amazing.
You get the needle. How to make tassels, how to do colonial knots, how to create the Watbow. how to do
All
the...
included.
Yes. We
Even
do
how to make
try
the cord.
How to make the cord.
They're fab, aren't they? And these are those lovely little heirlooms that will come out year after year. You know, you'll have a little special box that you'll keep these in. And every year, I've got decorations like this, Jane. I'm sure you have.
Of course I have.
You know, every year it takes me longer to decorate the tree.
Yes.
Because I'm taking longer to reminisce.
Over all the bits and pieces.
Yeah, yeah. Do you remember when we bought these, Charlie? Do you remember when I made this?
Isn't it lovely? This is fabric from Zweigart. You can tell by the orange stripe on the selvage. So that's the fabric you're going to use. And as I was saying earlier, if you fold your fabric into 4, so if you've never done it before, this is what you're going to do.
Just come over a little bit more for me. That's perfect. Thank you.
Right, so there's your middle. You're going to find the middle of the chart.
Yep.
And you're going to start stitching over 2 fabric threads, which it tells you all about. And that's where this little shape is going to appear, like so.
Yeah.
And then I teach you how to make it up.
Brilliant.
And they're just lovely. As I said, I've done the cross stitch in an evening, and then I make them up the following day when I've had time to recover myself.
It's gorgeous. And, you know, to get both of them, you don't have to choose. You get both the Christmas pudding and the gingerbread man for $12.99. I think that's lovely. And the fact as well that they're packaged separately. So you're actually talking about, you know, one gift for £6.50. It's fab. All worked on linen. If you've never worked on linen before, this is the project to do it.
Yes, it's an ideal way to try. Sorry, I just reached the back.
Of course.
It's an ideal project to have a go on linen if you've never done it before.
Now, I've actually got 3 more options, and they all come with 2 different gorgeous little decorations in them. So that's Christmas pudding and gingerbread man.
Yours.
Let's do robin and present next. We love our robins. We love our robins. So this one here, we've got the robin. There's the robin. I'm just going to show it on overhead for now. So if you just have it, that's it. So we've got the robin, even with a little sprig of holly and berries there. And then you've also got the Christmas present. And again, they're 3-sided. Oh, this is really sort of antique-y looking.
Yes,
it's gorgeous.
Yes, very pleased with that, actually.
Remember, you get everything to make the tassel and the twisted cord and instructions to do those things. So you're learning lots of skills. I'm quite limited on stock. Over half the stock's gone into baskets. You could add to these, couldn't you? Will you design more as the years go by?
There are 25 already.
Oh, fair enough. You've
and
done
actually,
the work.
when we had photography on Tuesday, Jenny Dixon, who's the editor for the Guild, she was there to say, we haven't got to photograph 25, have we? Because if you try and imagine photographing them all and getting them all facing front, so she was relieved that there isn't another one at the moment.
Yes, Photoshop. Liz from Derbyshire's got in touch to say, I've made several of Jane's watt bows. I love them. I've also made a giant watt bow shaped cushion that I lean on while sewing.
Well, good for you. Well done.
Love that.
Excellent.
It's a really cool shape, isn't it? It's really different.
It is a good shape. It is a good shape.
Yeah. These would also go really well on a pair of scissors.
Yes, pair of scissors. In fact, interestingly, this might be something of interest. I can show you, but you can't buy one.
Oh.
I'm just disappearing.
Don't tease us, Jane.
I'm going to.
You know how shopping telly works, don't you?
Now, this is a random thing.
Can't buy it. You can't buy it.
Well, you might be able to buy it on the website. I don't know. But there's a robin tape measure that is not today.
Yeah.
And of course, if you wanted to add that to your scissors, it would match.
Be lovely.
Isn't it sweet?
Be lovely. Yeah.
Robin is always nice.
Yeah. And also as well, of course, you've got the chart then. You can work that design
again
on other
and
things,
again and again. That's what's so clever about it. The other thing about counted embroidery is, of course, there's no printing on the fabric. So if you buy something that I've designed and don't like one bit of it, you can just leave it out and put something else there.
Now, next pair, I have got Christmas tree with beads on it. Do you get the beads? Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. And also the holly. The holly is my current favourite. I absolutely, look at that. How beautiful. You've got the holly and berries with the tassel. And then check out the tree. It's got these beautiful, can you see little sparkly?
Glass seed beads, size 12 seed beads.
Look, stitched on with your tassel. Absolutely beautiful, aren't they? Again, worked on linen.
Yes, different coloured linens this time.
Oh, like that. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's an unbleached one.
I think, well, the linen always really appeals to me. And now that you've shown us all how to sew on linen.
It's really not difficult.
No, I feel like I could do that now.
I genuinely didn't know about the Ada fabric
Yeah.
when I was taught.
Yeah.
And didn't discover it actually for some months actually. And of course once I got involved in the cross-stitch business and sort of looked at the Danish embroidery and the Swedish embroidery, that's all again worked on linen, as is Hardanger.
Yes.
So that's really why that's the way I've gone. But as I said, there's nothing wrong with the Ada fabric. It's got lots of reasons for using it. And actually, if you're wanting to make something like a gingham or a tartan or a dog's tooth check or some sort of pattern, actually the Ada is almost better because they're very square stitches. Whereas with the linen, inevitably, there's a slightly more fluid look to it.
Yeah. I mean, every material's got its pros and cons, hasn't it?
But
don't let the fact that you've never used linen before hold you back.
No.
Try these because it's something small, easy to stitch. You said you could make one in an evening.
I can make one in an evening.
I'd be more than happy if I could make one of these over a weekend or a week. If I have to really take my time over it.
Yeah, it's not a race.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Lovely. That's it.
That design's massively oversubscribed, Jane. Massively oversubscribed. My last pairing.
Yes.
You've got that gorgeous candle and poinsettia. Oh, the poinsettia is gorgeous. Look at that.
They're very traditional, obviously. It seems to be the thing that works the best, is the traditional colours. I know that these days you have all sorts of different varieties, but these things say Christmas, don't they?
They just do. They just do. My Christmas is red, green and gold, Jane, and it always will be. I introduce a few little fashion colours here and there for fun, but red, green, gold, that's it. I just want to recap the pudding and gingerbread man while we're here. These are the ones we started with. Worked on linen, three-sided. So you get your little gingerbread here, here and here. Absolutely adorable. And then the same with your pudding. So cool. A question.
Hi.
Excuse my ignorance, but what is a what bow, says Gillian 5.
Right, okay, so I was starting to tell you and then I got distracted, sorry. So my husband and I were, absolutely is your fault. We were in Cambodia and I bought this little triangular key ring and thought it might be a nice pattern, as I said, and I worked it using 3 individual squares, and I thought it needed a name. Now, it's absolutely true. We were standing opposite the Wat Bo Temple in Cambodia, and it had on the roof a little pointy thing and a little thing like that, and I went, they're going to be Wat Bows. And that's how they got their name.
So it's not the thing that's on the top of the temple, but it sort of reminded, it was a connection.
It was a connection.
So that's where the name comes from.
So it was a made-up name.
That was Cambodia.
And that was Cambodia.
How adventurous.
I know, love it.
You've been to Vietnam?
Yes.
Loved it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Marvellous.
Wow. Isn't it cool that there are traditions of cross-stitch in so many countries?
Yes, that night market was half a mile long and there were hundreds and hundreds of pieces of work cross-stitch as part of costume.
Yeah.
Skirts, hats, it was just fantastic.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, when I met my husband, he didn't have a passport and had never been away and didn't see any reason why he should. And
then
now,
he met you?
Well then, I got him a visitor's passport, which you can't even get now, and I took him from my parents' flat in Dover to Boulogne for the day. That was the beginning.
That was the first time he'd ever been abroad?
And I have to tell you that I am panting coming behind, trying to keep up with him. I mean, really, it's ridiculous.
He's got the bug for travel.
He's got the bug, absolutely got the bug. Yes,
But
so
it must
we
be
love
so
to travel.
inspiring as well. Well, I know personally how inspiring travelling is.
Yes.
The craft, the
I mean,
colours.
I was saying to someone the other day that, you know, I really look forward to going for all the obvious reasons, and then I look for the stitching element.
Of course. Can we do the diamond
Yes, you
door
can.
hanger next, please? Because this, my eyes instantly went to, because I love a sampler. I can't deny it. I love a sampler. And this is an alphabet sampler with Christmas motifs on this most gorgeous door hanger. So, what do I get in the kit, Jane?
You get the Ada or the linen.
Yep.
Hang on,
This is the linen kit, by the way. Oh, this is the linen
this is the
kit.
linen. This is
Yep.
the linen. You don't get the backing fabric in this case, so you could use anything. You could obviously use another piece of linen or even weave or whatever. You can use something from your stash, or you can frame it, of course. It doesn't need to be made up. This originally was in a diamond-shaped frame, and then we thought how nice it would be as a Christmas treat.
Very much so. It's beautiful. So you get all of your thread, including some gorgeous gold thread there.
Yes,
if
metallic.
you look, can you see the sparkle on the candles?
On the candles, that's right.
Just they are lit. Can you imagine actually having lit candles on your trip with a cat?
No.
Don't do
No,
it.
with children. Good grief.
Quite. They used to, didn't they?
Yes, absolutely.
It's gorgeous. Love that alphabet too.
So there you are. That's made up quite simply.
Lovely.
As I said, you could frame it, put it in a card, or hang it on a door.
Gorgeous. Do I get instructions for how to make it up into a
Do you know,
something
I'd
padded?
have to look inside to check. Yes, you do.
You do. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Shall I open it?
No, don't worry.
Oh, yes, you do.
Having opened one of the packages, I think
we'll be in
it's
trouble,
yeah,
won't we?
it's too hard work. We'll do the Ada version now as well. So this is lovely. This is the linen Ada.
That's right.
I was listening, Jane.
Yeah, you were listening. So the colour really is very good.
Very
And of course,
good.
these ping out on it beautifully.
And you get that mixture of linen and cotton thread blended together. So you get a kind of linen look without, you know, changing perhaps what you've always done, which is perhaps work on Ada. Half the stock on both of these is gone. Do you know,
Brand new today, so
it's
this
the-
has
it's
never
the
been
alphabet,
seen.
Jane. It's the
Yes,
alphabet.
they do. I do
Of a
like
sampler.
samplers. We love them, don't we?
It's just, well, it is quintessential cross stitch.
Yes.
Is
Very, very straightforward. In actual fact, there are some fractional stitches. Do you remember I was talking to you before about doing them? They're easier to do on linen. This is just to make these little berries round. I've done fractional stitches in the corner that are basically a triangle shape. And they're marginally easier to do on linen than on the Ada. All right.
Which is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you love, they're very pleased with those.
Very lovely. Very, very popular. I've got teens left, that's all. Really lovely thing to bring out. I think I would add a tassel.
I think that
A
would be nice too. I do
luxurious
like,
tassel.
yes, I do like a tassel. There must be somewhere to go from there with
Yeah.
tassels.
Or
mustn't there?
bobble, or bobble trim.
Bobble trim.
I love bobble trim.
Yeah, I've never used it.
Pom-pom trim.
Is it easy to do?
Really easy. You can hand or machine sew it. Really easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bear that in
Now
mind.
Lowry in Cambridge has got in touch. And
Hello.
she says, morning Beth. Morning both, sorry. Morning Beth. Who's Beth? Where's Beth? I've done cross stitch on Ada and wanted to try linen. These beautiful little projects would be perfect for
They
a
would
first
be.
attempt.
They absolutely would be perfect.
The Watbows or indeed the diamond door hanger.
Yes, that's very straightforward. Again, you're going to find the middle of the fabric, as I showed you. Start with the P or the Q. And count out, as I said before, when you're doing something like this, I would count from the X to the top of the tree, because I can't really make a counting mistake there.
No.
And the Z to the top of the... Do you see what I mean?
I do.
If you're counting over bigger areas, it's more likely to make an error. There's no border on this, so you're not going to miss when you get round the other side, so you can get away with a lot. I think with cross stitch you can get away with a certain amount. If your leaf is one square to the right or the left, it's just not... You don't have to be too hard on yourself,
No, you
is what
don't.
I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually there's a lovely sort of neatness to the letters,
Yes.
but also the organic things like leaves and berries.
Yes.
There's a bit more artistic license.
Yes, you can play with those a bit.
Very
Marvellous.
nice. Oh, it's gorgeous. Love it. Dwindling stock. I've less than 10 now. I'm single figures on the linen. If you want the linen, it's a similar situation on the Ada, to be honest. And it is that linen Ada. So it's got that very similar look, very similar colour
yes.
as well,
Yes.
hasn't it? Now, can we do the poinsettia door hanger?
You can.
Gorgeous. Linen first. There is an Ada option if you like. So this is, ooh, is that sparkly linen?
It is sparkly. There's a little bit of sparkle in the fabric. This is not as well stuffed as I usually do things. I like things, but for photography, sometimes if they're too stuffed, they're very devil to take the picture.
Yeah.
So this is just a very simple, plain fabric on the back, the poinsettia flower, and as I said, some sparkle on the material.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And that could be a little door hanger. It could be a crisp. I like actually how you've put this ribbon. Is it a ribbon that you've put on the...
Yes, put something on
nice.
I hung it on a red ribbon on the fireplace.
Oh, yeah, lovely. Really like that idea. I mean, some of these you could almost, you could create almost like a bell pull.
Yes.
That you could then add
different bits and pieces.
different decorations.
You can just see the sparkle on
yes,
there,
it's
can't
lovely.
you?
It's almost frosty.
I quite like this one. There is a sparkly one where it's got a much more strong lurex in it. And I found that difficult to see. I don't know. Yes, I don't find it easy to sew on, but this is easy peasy. And again, that's the even weave version there.
Are the lighter colours of linen easier to sew on than the darker?
I think I realised I needed specs. I mean, I needed specs to drive because I couldn't see the bus coming. But I mean, stitching, I could manage perfectly well close. I can still do 40 to the inch over 1, although I can't accommodate very quickly afterwards, you know. But certainly when I was stitching on some unbleached linen, like, actually it was even darker than that, it was a raw linen, I realised I was making counting errors, whereas I wouldn't have done on white.
No.
And I needed my specs.
Dare I ask, is there such a thing as black linen?
Yes. There is black
Is
and
that a
black
horror?
Ada. I can't use it anymore.
No.
I'm told...
Oh, I stitched on black Ada when I was a teenager and I found that quite challenging then.
Yes, yeah, there is black. I'm told putting a torch between your knees is the way forward, but it doesn't do it for me.
No. I actually think gripping it would be quite hard.
Well, I don't know. I mean, certainly, if there are some things. There's a lovely fellow called Jamie, Mr. Cross-Stitch.
Oh yeah, I know Jamie well.
And he does, he does things on black. But he's a young thing, so maybe that's what it is.
He is a young thing, isn't he? Now, we've got the poinsettia tree hanging on Ada as well. I'll show you. It's, gorgeous, lovely, crisp, white Ada. That is lovely. Is that the backing fabric?
That's very interesting, isn't it? Yes, the backing.
You get that as well?
Yeah, the backing fabric's in.
Oh, that's cool. Excellent. You get your backing fabric too. This is red in this. And then you get all of your threads, including that gorgeous gold.
Yes, yes.
That is beautiful. And a coloured chart.
Yes.
Smashing. Really lovely thing. A real lovely heirloom that you can just bring out every year, and I think I probably wouldn't even put it away.
I like things that come out each year. All my Christmas stuff, you know, I've got things that go on the fireplace, on the mantelpiece, and leaves and things that hang down. It always makes such a nice atmosphere. When
it does.
Yeah. Our house does lend itself to Christmas. Very much
Mine
so.
too. Yeah. Mine's a good winter house.
Yes.
Generally.
Yes.
Cosy, autumn, winter.
Ours is better now. We've got new windows in because it was a bit drafty.
Yeah. You don't want to go too authentic Victorian Christmas, do you, with drafts blowing through. Keep going through for your Ada. I have just got teens. I've got 13 of these left. That's all. And this is the time for making your Christmas projects,
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
Yes, you've got to get them
don't
done and
start
dusted.
it in December.
No.
Oh, Susan's got a good idea. She says it'd be nice for curtain tiebacks.
Yes.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, you could.
With a big luxuriant tassel.
You and your big tassels again.
Sorry, can't resist. Gorgeous. Now, let's do the holly and ivy. That's the.
Here we
isn't
go.
it? Ada first, because we're already quite low on stock.
It's the linen Ada again.
Oh, gorgeous.
You've got a satin background.
Gorgeous. So this is the Holly and Ivy pin cushion. So this is worked on linen Ada. Half the stock, you're still getting that gorgeous colour, that rich sort of antique-y colour.
And you need the darker one to have the snow to show, you know,
Yeah, that's
anything,
really
otherwise it
nice.
wasn't going to work, really.
Beautiful. You also get your backing fabric included. There it is. There's your linen Ada, your colour chart, all of your pre-sorted threads. You don't even have to sort your threads. They're all done for you. You can literally jump straight in. And look at the price, $11.99. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this one doesn't have a tassel. This one does. Do I get instructions for how to make the tassel?
Yes.
Awesome. So I've got enough thread even with the Ada.
Yes, use up your thread that left to put the tassel on the cord.
Lovely, with or without, actually.
Yeah.
You can see as well, exactly the same size, finished project. Doesn't affect.
No, it doesn't affect the size.
Yes,
now, I don't want people to think it's a baby fabric, you know, there's nothing wrong with Ada at all. It's something you can see properly.
It's not binker, is it,
No,
like we use in primary school?
Six count binker.
There you go.
Remember that?
You
Yes.
fist through those holes. Now, we've had a question asking, the cord, we learn how to make the cord. How do we attach it? Do we get any tips? Or?
Yes, all I say is that if you use a matching thread, you can just slip stitch this to the edge, just all the way around. Use the cord to make the loop. And if you're putting a tassel in, obviously you put that in before you join it all up. And this is just polyester wadding. And actually, if it's going on the tree, that's about what you need. I like to put dry rice in my pin cushions. And usually a rice and lavender combination.
Oh, that's nice.
Which gives it a nice plunk when it stays on the table, and they don't bounce off. But obviously, hanging on a tree, you wouldn't want dry rice.
No.
So
No, that's a really
lovely,
good point,
aren't
though,
they?
to put that in so it's got that weight to it and that feel. Or even if you can find it, emery powder.
Yes, yes.
So it's a sharpening. So it's for sharpening your needles and pins.
Good, aren't they nice?
Oh, they are gorgeous. Absolutely lovely. Now, let's do linen.
Oh, that's this one.
Do linen as well.
There we go.
So there's the linen. So really, identical kit. The only difference is that you're getting the linen this time to stitch on. So the stitches are the same, the size is the same, the threads are the same. It's just the fabric that you're working on. But again, $11.99. Again, this would be a project if you've never worked on linen before.
Yes, it would. Absolutely. And with pre-sorted threads, you can very quickly work out which is which. And remember that when you look at a chart, particularly a black and white one, if I've got an example, which I haven't really on hand, I'm just trying to think. When you look at, for instance, that picture there,
yes,
all of that is cross-stitch. And the only difference is the colour choice. So it's very simple. It's a very simple. Once you've mastered the principle of doing it on the linen material, and the reason we use linen, apart from the fact that I like it, is that there are stitches that you can't make if you're not working on linen. And so once you've cracked linen, there's all sorts of projects you can tackle with all sorts of different techniques in, and it can be very, fascinating. I've had a lady came to see me this week. I restored a sampler for her, and she came to collect it. And she said her three favourites were three of my band samplers, which are long, thin samplers, inspired by the 16th and 17th century, because they had lots of different stitches in them, but they had to be done on linen. So you'd have to learn how to do it first.
Because you combine cross-stitch and hardanger in a project.
Absolutely.
But only on linen.
Yes.
You couldn't do that on Ada.
No, actually I've seen it done on Ada, but it isn't the same thing.
No.
And in fact, somewhere I think I saw my hardanger book. Actually, can I borrow the hardanger book? It's just there, sweetie.
The book?
Yeah, just let me grab that. This is unrelated now. I just wanted to show you.
Just need to let you know, those little sampler, the diamond door hangers, about to sell out, both of them, all right? If you want that, be really quick. Yes, I was thinking of that project when I said it. That's a combination, isn't it?
Yes, there's a combination there. This is the hardanger embroidery, and then that's, sorry, I'm remembering, and that's cross-stitch combined with it.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Yes. So, but you do need to master linen.
The Hardanger book, £10.49, the details are on screen. That's a dedicated book of Hardanger. That's technique. Are there projects in there as well?
Yes.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Can we mention the
Yes,
Christmas collection book
course.
while we're here, please, Hannah? She's got a little tease of it, and I thought, oh my God, I can't resist. I
Now,
can't
this has
resist
been
books
a
of
very
motifs.
this is a very successful book. We've had to
Over
reprint.
100 motifs.
Yes, we've had to reprint that because it was so popular. You know, you can always go back to it for another Christmas card, or there's big things, little things, basic cross-stitch,
What
back-stitch,
bows?
what bows, yes, exactly.
Half the stock went on pre-order. Gorgeous. You know, or you could add these to an alphabet or two and create your own Christmas sampler.
Absolutely, you could.
Couldn't you?
Yes.
As you say, gift tags, Christmas cards, little framed... I mean, how beautiful inside a frame. Or the crown done as a what bow?
Yes.
Beautiful. Yes. Absolutely gorgeous. Very nice. Love that. Got some robins there. The value's amazing. You get over 100 different motifs. Oh, well, look, there's your...
Little Christmas alphabet.
There you go. So you can combine that. You can make your own sampler. It's absolutely brilliant. We're in our teens left now. Oh, that's pretty.
Yes, another alphabet.
Very
useful.
pretty.
And you've got basic instructions.
Yeah.
And the idea of this book is you can work it from your stash. You can go in your cupboard and pull out the greens and just have a go. And then that...
Well, we'll do that next, actually. That's never $7.99. Is that $7.99 for over 100 motifs? Amazing. Amazing.
And then these are cover designs.
Yes.
That were on there.
Which you had so many questions
and
requests for. You've done as a little kit, haven't you?
Yes.
On linen first. Yes. So this is the 3... So you don't need to buy the book to use the kit, okay? The 3 cover designs have actually been taken out, put into a kit. So you can make all 3. You get your... linen, sorry, this is the linen one.
Yes.
You get your linen, you get all your threads, you get your needle, you get your beads. Do you get a beading needle?
Yes.
Oh, brilliant. And full instructions. And these are the 3 projects that you make. You've got the little, you've got your little wreath, you've got your candle. That is exquisite.
It's sweet, is it? It makes a change, doesn't it?
Exquisite, absolutely lovely. And the French horn?
Yes. Well done, you.
It's fabulous. Well, it's very, I don't know why, but it's very Christmassy, isn't it?
It is Christmassy.
No idea why a French horn should be Christmassy.
No,
but sort of
it is.
Hark the Herald Angels sing.
Well, I suppose if you think of stamps, and German stamps always used to have a horn on, didn't they? That always reminds me of it.
Yeah, they're exquisite. So you get the patterns for the 3, the linen for the 3, all the threads for the 3 as well. The patterns are included in this book. If you just want the patterns and you want to work on it, you can go for the book. But I think that will sell out any second. But if you want a full kit to make the 3 cover stars, there it is. And you get the patterns included. You don't need the book to make those. So that's the linen, $15.99. We've also got the Ada version.
That's interesting.
That's
Can
the
I spot?
That's the Ada.
So there we are. So it's white Ada.
Yep.
You get the beads and the threads again and the needle.
And you even get a beading needle and a cross-stitch needle included. You do think of everything. So a little pair of scissors, and that's it. You don't usually work with a frame, do you?
No, I don't.
So you don't even need a frame. It's white Ada. Look, really crisp, sparkling. Yeah, it's that kind of snowy white, isn't it? Absolutely lovely.
And nearly there, aren't we?
And also, did you see the beadwork on this? Little around the border, that is gorgeous.
Yes, it's sweet, isn't it?
And then look in the wreath as well. You've got those little beads, just picking out details.
And you can just add those at random after you've finished your stitching, so it doesn't take long.
No, it's really cute. Would you stuff it first and then add the beads, or would you do it flat?
I'd finish it, press it on the wrong side on 3 layers of bath towel, and then when I was happy with it, I'd add the beads. All right.
I've only got 5 remaining. When everyone's checked out their baskets, there's only 5 remaining. Absolutely beautiful. It's those little things, isn't it, that you can work on. It might take you a few evenings, a week or two, but you just pop them away and then you've got them at Christmas. Now, I want to mention this gorgeous fabric pack. This is full of inspiration. It's exclusive to us here at Sewing Street. You've got a linen pack. You've got red. You've got holly red. You've got mistletoe green, and then you've got sparkling snow. It's got that little, almost luminescent
yes, it has.
sparkle. Loads of lovely threads. You've also got a motif pack and a needle. But you also get, look, with these lovely designs on to get you started. Now, if you manage to get the 100 plus Christmas motifs, well, you could use that with, but you've also got these to get you started. There's that French horn, little stocking, tree stars, a pudding. I'm the only person in my whole family that likes Christmas pudding.
I make Christmas pudding ice cream.
Oh,
it's just wonderful. I can't tell you.
Will that travel?
Well, it would, wouldn't it, if you're quick?
I don't know, Jane. We'd have to test it out. Gorgeous. You've got something very special there.
Yes, this is not an afterthought, everybody, but we have got some stock of this. It's a bit of a beast. There's a lot of stitching on it, which is why you need to have it in July. It's got my name on it, but it obviously doesn't need to have. It's
Can I just move it over a little bit?
Yes, sorry.
Yep.
This is actually 3 houses from Stow-on-the-Wold in the Cotswolds.
So this really is the Cotswold Christmas stocking.
And you can obviously leave some more background. This is worked on linen. And you can leave some of the background showing if you want. It's certainly got a lot of stitching on there, so if you want to have it in time to put up on Christmas Eve, you need to start now.
Oh, it's gorgeous though. And I like as well how you've sort of dictated that the gifts that go in, it must be small,
delicate,
but expensive. I feel.
Yes, I think you're right.
You couldn't put a small cheap present in there.
No, you couldn't, could you? No, it would
so
have
I
to be
mean,
posh.
It's subtle but clever. Yes. Isn't that beautiful? That's the kind of thing that's going to be passed down, isn't it? That's going to be kept very precious, wrapped in tissue and held. And you know those things that you stroke and you just hold for a moment?
We have stitched stockings and they come out and go on the chimney breast every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's, I mean, we all know if we hand make anything, we know it's that bit more special. Even if you make a jar of jam, it tastes better, you appreciate it more.
Do you know, when I had my daughter, my whoops-a-daisy baby, I had a card from a male friend who stitched a teddy with a pink bow. I've still got it.
Yeah.
And you know, you couldn't part with it, could you? Because
No.
you can buy a card, but he'd stitched a card.
And
Very
it's
special.
intrinsically connected to that person
Yes.
forever.
Yes, it is.
Forever. I mean, even when you've got a lot of antique samplers, haven't you? That perhaps sometimes you know about the maker, sometimes you know nothing. There isn't even a name, but it's still intrinsically linked to somebody.
Yes, it is. Very much so. Yes.
That must fascinate you.
It does.
It does me.
And we had one that when I took it apart to reframe it, there was a photograph in the back.
No way.
Now, the photograph was Victorian, very definitely Victorian, a fierce-looking woman in a black morning gown and a bloke standing up, right, with a big beard. But the sample was done in 1723.
Wow,
So
wow.
we still don't know why it was there.
Wow.
It wasn't just packaging. But isn't it a shame there wasn't a note?
Well, we say to everybody, put a label on your quilt, make sure that I don't do it.
No.
I need a kick up the bottom, really. But yeah, because we wonder about the people
I do
who
wonder.
made it.
Yeah, of course you do. Of course you do.
I did read something actually recently about why everybody looks so glum in those early photographs. And it really comes down apparently to how long the exposure time was. You just couldn't keep a grin. It was easier just to have a fixed kind of nothing expression. I think I would find that harder to pull. Now, we have this stocking on Ada as well. Oh, great. which might be a little bit quicker to work.
Yes, might be quicker.
So available on Ada as well. We don't have the kit with us in the studio, but it will reproduce this. Jane, can I just ask, in terms of personalising it, do we have a full alphabet?
Yes.
And
if it's,
for example, if I, well, my name is Stuart. If my name was Stuart.
If your name was Stuart, you
Yeah.
could use a smaller alphabet, and of course you can leave off the holly.
Great.
There's nothing printed on the fabric, so you can decide what you want, or just initials. You know,
That
I've got
would work.
initials on some of mine.
That would work really well. Yeah, that would work really well. But put a note inside.
From
who
whence it
made
comes,
where-
yes.
Yeah. It's lovely, absolutely beautiful. And who doesn't love the Cotswolds at Christmas?
Who doesn't love the Cotswolds at Christmas? The Slaughters. Isn't it an awful name for somewhere?
It's dreadful, and yet the most beautiful upper and lower slaughter.
Weird.
But they're gorgeous.
They
gorgeous.
are, yeah, beautiful.
Boughton on the water.
Yep.
Very pretty. Now, we're just going to recap the July tile, which we launched in your first show. It's such a beautiful month by month series. You can make them all. You can make your favourite one. You could make 4, however you want to do it. Now, we're going to start with the one worked on Ada. Do you have the bag handy?
I do.
Thank you, because that's worked on Ada. So you get your Ada, which is this gorgeous kind of creamy white. You don't need to have done them all. Everyone comes with its own unique instructions. You've got this beautiful carnation border, and that is consistent throughout the whole series, but the colours change. But so there is a consistency there. Then you've got this wonderful tiled sort of symmetrical centre. All of your threads, you've got your Ada there, you've got your thread sorting card. You've also got colour and symbol charts, so you can work from either. And the whole thing is a 5 3/4 inch square.
Yep.
Beautiful. Looks gorgeous framed. Looks beautiful in a bag. And you said earlier on you're doing a quilt.
We're going to do a quilt with all 12.
Wow, love that. Now there's a linen option as well. And this one we opened earlier, so I'm just going to quickly show you the content so you can see what you get. So you get your piece of linen, all right, which is amazing quality.
It's a lovely colour too.
It's a beautiful colour. Here are your instructions. This is extra, and Jane, I love you for it. You get the colour, so you can kind of see what you're working towards, but my personal preference is for symbols. But I would also refer to that, because I like actually the reassurance of, I think I got that right. Is that supposed to be purple?
Sure,
oh, yeah, it is.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
But you get that, and pretty much life size. All of your threads, you even get your needle.
Yes.
You even get your needle. And there's a special stitch at the corner called it's a broken road stitch. You even get instructions for that.
Marvellous.
Now, we also have a matching biscornu. Now, I thought that was something you had to dunk in your coffee. I was disappointed when it wasn't a biscuit, but it is very beautiful. And this is, you work 2 squares. Do you work them separately or
Yes.
together? You work them
You've got 2 separate squares.
Yeah.
Just check
so we
that you
have
match.
an Ada version. Here it is. You've got the same motifs. You've got those gorgeous deep purple flowers there. You've got your Ada. You've got all of your threads, colour chart. Do you get a symbol chart as well? Awesome. You get your 2 little mother of pearl buttons as well for stitching through to help create that indented shape in the centre. And you're just working 2 squares. The clever thing is how you sew them together to create this wonderful 3-dimensional shape, which will puzzle everyone who doesn't know how it's made.
Absolutely it does, yes. And it's not difficult at all, and we show you how to make them.
Gorgeous. So that's on Ada, £9.99. It's an absolute bargain, isn't it? If you do Secret Santa for under £10, bingo.
Perfect.
I mean, it's so easy. And so much nicer than a mug that says, you know, you don't have to be mad to work here, but it helps. I'd rather get that for Christmas.
Yes, so would I.
frankly. Yeah, you can send that gift back. I'll have this instead. This is the linen version. Ooh, look at the colour of that linen. That's delish. Jane, what colour's that?
That one is washed unbleached.
Washed unbleached. Sounds like me. The great unwashed unbleached. Beautiful. Now the poinsettia door hangers or tree hangers.
Yes, there you are.
What's really special about this, on the linen, okay, you get this sparkly linen to work on. Absolutely, you get your backing fabric.
You can just see the sparkle, can't you?
It's really lovely. It's subtle, but it's there. And then you get these gorgeous, vibrant colours. It's also available on Ada as well. We'll just flash you those graphics too. Will you be at Festival of Quilts, Jane?
Yes, I'm there on Thursday.
Oh, awesome. So as a visitor?
No, I'm working on Thursday.
Are you? Where will you be working?
On the cross-stitch gill stand.
Oh, amazing. Where else would you be?
Where else will I be? I'd be hung, drawn and quartered if I was somewhere else.
Will you get any time to explore?
I will make time to explore.
Will you come and see me on J66?
I certainly will. He's on J66 if he hasn't mentioned it at all. Excellent. Good.
Oh, we look forward to that.
Yes.
What a lovely morning.
It'll be smashing.
If no one else has said this, Jane, Merry Christmas.
We're not allowed to say the C word in
Oh,
our
we are
house
this
till
week.
December.
We are this week. Special dispensation. Thank you so much for coming along.
Thanks for having me.
And also lovely to meet your daughter-in-law, Natalie, who doesn't cross-stitch.
She's hanging her head in shame as I speak. Don't worry. We'll knock her into shape
I wouldn't
eventually.
dare. Anyway, I
Thanks,
jest.
everybody. See you
I
next
jest.
month.
See you next month. Absolutely wonderful, Jane. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I will see you after the break with the wonderful Samantha Williams and TrueCut. Don't go anywhere.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
I am so excited to launch the brand new Brother Innovis 1100 sewing machine on Sewing Street this Friday. What a fantastic machine, computerized, 140 stitches, 5 different font styles. You've also got 10 automatic one-step buttonholes and the most incredible foot package. But that's not half of it. You've got a knee lift, an extension table. You've also got a special quilter's package with a walking foot, a darning or free motion quilting foot, a 1/4 inch piecing foot, even a handy hoop to guide your quilting. It's an amazing machine. I can't wait to show it you this Friday here on Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
We have had a phenomenal morning here on Sewing Street. It's been, Christmas has really come early. The wonderful Samantha Williams is here with me now from J&B Sewing Machines. We had an amazing first hour together with the cutie frame. Just want to mention that if you missed out and you occasionally, we might get something will bounce back. If you ring the call centre 0800 001 4433, you can have the cutie frame added to your wish list, and then if any come back into stock, they will let you know, and so you get sort of, you know, you get that advance warning. I don't know if we'll get any that will bounce back, but if we did, it's an option. It's an option. We know lots of you missed out, but you will come back, won't you?
Oh, definitely.
Brilliant. Now, this hour, we're talking about ergonomically friendly, body-friendly rotary cutting, which frankly sounds too good to be true. These are hero products. The TrueCut system were finalists in the British Craft Awards. They were highly commended. Brilliant, brilliant product. I'm going to start by showing you a brilliant starter, and I call it a starter kit. Could be the only quilting ruler and rotary cutter you ever buy.
I think so.
You know, lots of people spend their entire quilting life with a 6x24 ruler and a rotary cutter, and that does them just fine. I have got the TrueCut version, which takes it to a different level. So here it is. It does come in this gorgeous bag, which is a keeper bag, to be honest. It's really robust, it's see-through, it's got a zipper on the top. This isn't just kind of posh packaging, this is something to keep.
Yeah, it's handy for classes, isn't it?
Hang it on the back of a door in your sewing room, or if you don't have a workroom, it's easy to store. In there, you get your TrueCut rotary cutter, you get your 6x24 ruler, you also get some True grips, which are non-slip discs, aren't they?
Yes.
Circles.
Yes.
In fact, you've actually got everything there. You're making a saving. Now, we've already put the reduced price on the screen. You're saving, I think it's about £11, isn't it? It's £58.99. £58.99 for your, actually it's 6.5 inches by 24.5 inches. Is that right?
Yes.
Ruler?
Yes.
Beg your pardon. Your non-slip True grips and your rotary cutter as well. And you can see from these ones, this is a 60mm, this is a 28mm, but you can see that the shape is very different. And you're going to explain to us why, aren't you?
Yes. So in the pack, you will receive one of the 45 cutters. So I'm actually going to open this one here, and I am going to show you how it works. So as you can see, it is angled. And the beauty of that is you can hold this and it supports your wrist so much better. So you've got the print here, so you can either use your finger or your thumb, whichever you're more comfortable with. And the rotary cutter then will glide across the fabric. As you see it at the moment, you have got this here, which is basically what's shown as a standard rotary cutter. So I can use this with all my other rulers. I can use this even with this ruler. But the beauty of it, obviously, is the design. It's called the My Comfort Cutter. In the name, it's in the name.
So even if you're using that with your regular rulers and your regular templates without the guide, it's still giving you the ergonomics, it's still giving you extra comfort when you're cutting.
Definitely.
So it's worth having for that alone.
Yeah. So when you're using a straight rotary cutter, basically what you've got to think is you're holding the handle and you're putting the pressure on the blade that's here. Whereas with this style, you are supported and you put the pressure directly on the blade. So you haven't got to put the pressure there.
You're all up like this, aren't you? You're kind of, you're putting pressure right here.
Yes.
On your wrist.
Yes. Whereas this here, the pressure just comes from a slight push. You're not using that part of your wrist at all. But the biggest thing of these rotary cutters is this that comes with the rotary cutter.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the track.
The track.
The track.
The track.
Yes.
Okay.
So if you see the rulers, it's just as an example.
Yeah, this is useful. This all comes in your starter set, by the way.
Yes. So these rulers have a lip on the edge.
And you can, it's really hard to see. I'm just going to try and show you. If you go back to the previous camera, it was, I think, yeah, like that, that's it. Right, so can you see, there it is. Can you see there is a lip? It's almost like a pie crust sticking up. You're like the edge of a pie. Sorry to make it about food, but there you are. Hello, have we met? So this is like a runner, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
It's like a runner.
So to make my rotary cutter work with these rulers, I am going to put the track on. So on the back of your rotary cutter, you've got this, which is called a quick release. And all I'm going to do is push that, and it releases the blade.
So that's how you would change the blade?
Yes.
Standard 45mm rotary blade.
Yep, that's right. And then what I'm going to do is put the track on instead of that screw there. And then click that. back into
See,
place.
now I already want one because did you see it was just click? There's no little nuts to screw. There's not that
No washers that you
weird little
lose.
What, is it that way up or that way up? Who knows? Who knows? And also left or right-handed?
Yeah, it can go both. And as easy as simply just popping that out. The guide then comes out and you...
Even with the track?
Yeah. So if I was to do this here...
Because you've got the track on both sides, look. The track's on both sides. So it doesn't matter which side of your ruler you're cutting on. Very clever. We'll talk about why there are holes in it in a second as well, because it's not just because it looks cool. It actually does
a
something.
big reason.
There is.
Yeah, so this literally will just pull out and you change it round the other side. So it does work for both. You haven't got to buy one or the other. Okay, so with the track, obviously now you've got this sort of lip to the rotary cutter. So with your ruler, that now sits.
That's it. So you can just show us going back on the track again.
So
it's almost like a tram.
That's right.
Is it?
Yeah. So it just sort of sits and it locks into place. So if you've ever done any cutting and you've got your ruler, you go to cut next to the ruler with your normal rotary cutter and you veer off because you've got so much pressure to think about and you actually veer off, which means you haven't cut it properly.
Or Samantha, can I mention the other veering off, which is far more serious when it actually goes onto the ruler
and you need
and your fingers are your fingers there. I'm just going to show you. I wouldn't normally, but I'm just going to show you my two fingers here. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Right, my two fingers. Can you see the difference between this one and this is normal? This one, that was a rotary cutter going off the edge and took the side of my finger straight off. Yeah. Yeah, about 25 years ago. It's never happened before, but I want to emphasise the safety of these because it's on a track. It's not going to go across.
It can't go anywhere else. No. So
I know it's an awful story, but it's something we face every time we rotary cut because I wasn't being silly. I concentrated. I was, you know.
Yeah, and it
but
does
it can just
take
happen.
a little slip, doesn't it?
One slip.
Yeah.
That's all.
So obviously with my fabric and then my ruler, this here will just release the guide back. So
got you. So you can lock the blade away.
Yeah, so it's safety again. And then I've put my track on this side of the ruler and the blade is now butted up against the edge. And with one clean sweep.
But did you see the position of Samantha's wrist then? It wasn't all twisted up. It wasn't at a weird, unnatural angle. Will you just do a few more and we'll see it from different angles? Cut me loads of little strips. Do you see? It's that straight wrist. It's not twisted. It's not kind of bent double. It's not at a weird, unnatural angle. It's completely supported. It's a straight wrist.
And like I said, you can either use your finger or your thumb, whichever you prefer.
Doesn't make any difference, whatever's comfortable.
Yeah. Nice clean cut.
I know this is a daft thing to say, but I didn't realise you could take the guard off.
Yeah.
I thought you could, yes, you could use them with another, but you had to just accommodate that track, but you don't?
No, so you literally just pop it off. So obviously always keep the bit that comes with it, in case you do go back and forth your rulers. Obviously you can use that on your standard ruler still with the track on, and it can just sort of butt up against the edge and that would sit on top of the ruler, but it's just not doing anything.
Now we've got a number of different rulers on the show. Do they all come with the track?
So every ruler of TrueCut all has the track. So you've
Brilliant.
got, so like this one is a 3x18, and again you've got that track down the side. You've got the sort of kite ones, the square ones, everyone has got the track and the hole.
Amazing. We'll have a look at those in just a second. I just want to reiterate the starter kit and what you're getting. So it comes in its own storage bag to keep And it is fab, you know, really strong handles, clear vinyl. It's got a zip top as well. You get your TrueCut 45mm rotary cutter. You get your 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, so your standard quilting ruler. Also as well, you get all of your angle lines on your ruler as you would on a standard rotary ruler.
Yeah, so you've got your 45, you've got your 60. So just in a standard ruler, you can do so much more.
Yeah. And you also get your grips as well, your little dot grips that you can put on the back of presumably any ruler.
So what I always say with these is use every bit that's available.
Yeah.
So use the ring, use the dot that's in the centre, and use all the outer packaging as well.
Brilliant.
So,
and also as well, left or right-handed, doesn't matter, it's good for both.
So what you'll see with the instructions on the cutters as well, so just to give you that thing, it does show you exactly how to put them.
That's great, look. But also, no washer, no screw, literally a little clicky, and it's on. And it's on. Now, would you be able to show us just cutting on a few of the angles that we've got? Because we can do strips, we can do squares, we can do rectangles. Would you show us things like half square triangles, maybe 60-degree cutting, things like that? Getting fancy now.
You're testing me today.
Oh, well, yeah.
And so obviously what I'll do first, we've got the 45-degree there. So obviously depending on which ruler you go with. So they've all got it on there labelled. So I am just going to line this up. And you'll see here I've got that 45-degree against my clean cut edge. Okay. And I'm just going to line that up. So this point is directly on there. And then I've got a little bit of lip then.
Yep. So if you're doing things like bias binding, if you wanted to cut out a 45-degree angle triangle, for example, and away you go.
So there we go. We've got two perfectly cut.
Could you turn it around and do one more cut, please? We want to get a shot.
Yeah, sure.
So if I turn it around like that,
and then
so again, you're lining up your 45-degree along the bottom.
And I'm going to get right in that corner on that line. And just line that up, obviously, the best that I possibly can. And again, release that guide.
Amazing. Brilliant. So there are our flying geese, our quarter square triangles.
Yeah.
Of course, we can do half square triangles as well. Anything you can do with your normal rotary ruler, you can do with this. Except it's kind of, I dare say, we're bordering on goof-proof. Because you've got that track that's going to keep your rotary cutter where it's meant to be. It's not going to veer off that way, and it certainly isn't going to veer off that away. So you're also going to save your fabric, because how many times have we miscut fabric and had to recut it?
All the time.
You're also making a saving on the bundle, £11.98. Now, why are there holes in the ruler?
So,
is it ventilation?
So the holes, if you're fussy cutting your fabrics, this allows you to accurately
I like that.
do that. And as well as that, it just gives you a clear indication. So if you're cutting one piece of fabric, you can line that up, and you can obviously use it against your cutting mat as well. But the main thing I've always used it for is the fussy cutting. If I want to be precise, if I've got a ruler that is all marked and I physically can't see, then obviously it makes it difficult.
I'm sure you know what I read somewhere about it improving the sort of stability on the fabric as well. I'm not sure.
Having the holes in?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah. So with the what you'll see on the back where you have got the holes, so every so often, see how you've got this sort of round coming in? So this is where it is suggesting you put the true grips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So they've made space for them. I like that.
Yes, so they're already on there. That's saying where they would suggest, but obviously you can put them in every place possible.
And I liked how you said as well, so you pop these out. So you've got it's like a little ring, but there's also a little dot in the centre and what would be the waist around the edges. You can actually use that too.
Yeah, use it all.
Just add it. And could you add that to a standard ruler if you had it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just use it wherever. Brilliant.
But what I will say is, so if I've got that on my fabric, so just the plain ruler without the grips, you do get the slide, like you would your normal rulers. Obviously there's movement. But when you do put these onto your ruler, so I'll just put a couple on just to show you. So obviously they're sticky on the one side. Pop that down. And I'll just put one in the middle. Okay, so just to show you now, using that bit of the ruler where they are, it's moving on the cutting mat.
That's a really, really good demonstration of what those gripper dots do. That's brilliant. So no more missed cuts. Brill. Jean from Essex has got in touch. You'll love this, Samantha. Samantha. It is Samantha, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good morning. All I use to live... No, sorry, good morning all. You've thrown me now.
It's a long day.
Good morning all. I used to live part-time in the USA and purchased TrueCut cutters and rulers 16 years ago, and I've used them ever since. Great system.
You don't go back?
No. And actually, when you've used these ergonomically designed cutters and realised how much strain using a standard rotary cutter can put on your joints, it does make a difference. Tracy from Suffolk's got in touch. These are the first rulers I bought many years ago. I use them all the time. They are great rulers. That's fab. Thanks, Tracy. Now, the other thing is that we were talking about earlier on, that they're very good at not breaking.
Yep.
Tell me about that.
So,
it's not a challenge, it's not a challenge, but...
So all the rulers with the TrueCut are made out of a thermoplastic, okay? So obviously they're shatterproof, and you know how if you have got some long rulers, if you do drop them, they can break because they're fine plastic.
I do it all the time, yeah.
And I'll never forget, not so long ago, we were at a show and Rob was demonstrating and he just threw it on the floor. And I was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing?
Fit of peak?
Yeah, nothing happened to that ruler. So it does obviously go to show that the plastic that it's created is great. It's like bulletproof.
Yeah. And also, of course, one purchase, look after it. But I mean, you don't even have to look after it that well. And it's going to last you and last you and last you. Christine's got in touch. She's been to get her nails done.
Oh,
treat.
lovely.
Very nice. You do right. She says the rotary cutter looks brilliant for arthritic hands. Looks comfortable to hold.
Yes, definitely.
Brilliant. Sandy's got in touch to say, hi, lovely Stuart and Sam. This looks amazing. Think I need to pop one into my basket. Lovely to see you back on Sewing Street, Sam. I'll see you soon. That's from Sandy.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, of course, everyone can catch you at Festival of Quilts next week.
Yes, we will be there. We will be there.
Demoing.
Yes, so we've got the frames and we've got the TrueCut with us.
Fantastic. So actually, get your starter set today. See how it works for you. You'll get it in, I don't know, 3 to 5 working days. Get it home, get it tried. If there's maybe another ruler that you want to add in at some point in the future, you can. There's loads of different options, but get your starter set now. Remember, you can use the rotary cutter with or without the guard, which means you can use it with the TrueCut rulers, but you can also use it with all of your other rulers and templates that you have. If you already have existing templates, you're not going to throw those away. You know you're not going to have the runner, so, you know, but you still have the ergonomics of that special shaped rotary cutter that are going to help to look after and just feel more comfortable.
Yeah, it does. It feels more natural again because you're not putting that strain.
Absolutely, for sure. Now, if you want to buy the rotary cutter on its own, you can. Let's pop the details up. This is for a 45mm cutter. Now, a third of the stock's already gone. It's $34.99. Brilliant price. I do just want to point out, though, that does highlight the value in buying the starter set, doesn't it? Because $34.99, I've got to say, when I bought my first, like, trigger-style rotary cutter, that cost me over £30, and that was early 90s?
Yeah.
Mid-90s? They were a lot of money.
Yeah.
They were really expensive. Really expensive. So now, actually, relatively, this is a really good buy. And also, what price comfort? Regular 45mm blades will fit. So you can also, if you're using it as a regular rotary cutter, you can put like the crinkle cut blades in.
Yeah, use it as you naturally would with the
ones.
normal one. Obviously not with the track on,
Not
because
with the
that would
track.
be in the way.
Yeah.
But you can put the other one back on
Yeah.
and use it like that.
Yeah, cool. It's really clever. Now, the ruler that's in the starter kit, you can buy that separately as well. So I think I have that here. Oh, no. Here it is. Okay, I'll just use this one. So 6.5 inches wide, 24.5 inches long. I do think having that extra ½ inch is really useful.
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, it does make a difference. And the length as well. Can I use the TrueCut rulers with a regular rotary cutter?
Yes.
I know you haven't got the track to go along,
Yep,
but
it just butt up against the edge.
it'll still go against
Yeah,
the edge.
yeah.
Okay.
So even if you do just get the ruler, you can obviously just put it down the side.
Got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So that's the ruler, $28.99. Now we've also got the grip dots. Sorry. The grip dots. So these, again, you can use them on your TrueCut rulers, or you can use them on any rulers and templates to improve the gripability. You saw when Sam put them on the ruler just how well they prevented slippage. $6.99 for a pack. And you get 15 rings, but you've also got the centres, the waist around the edges. Use all of that.
Yeah.
Brill. Don't forget, you can buy the bundle when you get all three, plus the storage bag. You make an amazing saving of $11.98. Should be over £70 for this. If you buy the individual items, that's exactly what you'll pay, and you don't get the storage bag. So I would go for this. It's $58.99. You can use the rotary cutter with or without the TrueCut system. So maybe do the majority of your cutting using your TrueCut 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. You'll see the difference it makes. But remember, you're still getting the ergonomic benefits even if you're using that rotary cutter with your regular rulers. Now, next up, I've got the 3-inch by 18-inch ruler.
That's my favourite.
Is it? Tell me why.
Reason being, it's that in-between size, so it's not too long, it's not too short, and it just kind of covers a bit of all.
Yeah.
So this would be my sort of...
It's the Goldilocks ruler.
Yeah, it's there.
It's just perfect.
there.
It's just right.
Yeah.
So this is the 3.5 inches, 3 inches wide, I beg your pardon.
Yep.
3 inches wide by 18 inches in length. This would be my fat quarter ruler.
Yeah,
I'd use this
yeah.
for my scrap quilting ruler. You've still got the ridges, the tracks at both sides. If I just turn it around so you can see, you've got those little like train tracks either side. So your TrueCut ruler with the guide on will run along those tracks and keep you where you're meant to be. No slipping off. Now, of course, you could buy the 3-inch by 18-inch ruler with a TrueCut rotary cutter and make your own little package. You could buy the dots if you want. You don't have to put those dots on, do you?
No.
Are they removable or do they stay on?
No, they can come off.
Oh, so you can use one pack for all your rulers?
If you take it off, it's lost its stick.
Oh, I understand.
But, yeah.
I understand. Got you. So better to leave them on, and then you've always got that non-slip.
But obviously just having 3 on there made a huge difference.
It made a massive
so as long as you
difference.
had sort of one either corner and one in the middle,
Yeah.
you'd be okay.
Absolutely. So your rotary cutter is going to work with any of the TrueCut rulers, the strips, the squares,
Yep.
whatever you use. So it's got that track on that runs along the side of the ruler, but that's also removable. You can remove this track. You can put, there's another little, almost like a button that you put in instead, right here. And with that in, now you're going to use this with your normal rotary cutting rulers, and you still get the ergonomic benefits of this lovely straight wrist rather than all bent up and contorted. You've got this lovely straight wrist running along. So even with a regular ruler, you're still getting those benefits. Right, next up I've got a 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler. So again, this is my scrap quilting, my trimming,
yeah.
my fat quarter friendly. So all of the benefits of the bigger ruler, this is a sort of more handy size, 6.5 by 12.5. You've got tracks on both sides, so left or right-handed. If you want to team it with the rotary cutter, there's the rotary cutter, but it is down to the last few chances now on the TrueCut rotary cutter. Lots of you going for the starter bundle. And I say starter, it could be the only ruler that you've ever used. Maybe you only ever used
The everlasting, you may not need another one.
Remember, it's really resists breakage. So if you do accidentally drop the ruler, I've done this many times with standard rotary cutting rulers. All of my rulers have got chipped edges.
Where you sort of...
I've got corners I can't use anymore, or if I do, it kind of gives me a slightly skewed shape.
Yeah.
But this is kind of made from a different kind of material.
Yes, with the thermoplastic, and it just... Nothing happens to it, you know?
Great.
There'd be... Yeah.
Now, someone's asked, having the holes in, does it make the ruler weaker? And
No.
what are the holes for?
No. So I would have always thought that, because obviously there's less plastic where it has got the holes, but that doesn't make a difference to the strength. Because of the plastic, it is still flexible enough, but it doesn't mean that it's going to break.
I've just cracked why I thought the holes improved the gripability. And it's actually because when that ruler is on your fabric, you can actually hold the fabric through your ruler. I just read it on the packaging. See and hold the fabric directly through the ruler as you cut. So you can actually put your fingers and hold the fabric in place while you make that cut if you want to. See, it was there all the time. I knew it was something to do with improving the gripability. Now I know. Brill. And you can also fussy cut, can't you, as well? It makes it much clearer. Oh, Diana's got in touch. She says, I also use TrueCut rotary cutter and ruler. I've had them for years. Can't recommend them enough.
That's good.
Brill.
Nice.
Excuse me. Now, next up, we've got the 12.5 inch square.
Yeah. So that's a big
I
one.
always say to people, sort of my next step from a 6 by 24 is a large square.
Yeah.
So useful. Bag making, larger pieces, background blocks, things like that.
True.
Trimming down your quilts as well. So the 12.5 inch square ruler. Now, ooh.
I knew you were going to spot that.
This is really clever. So I was just thinking, have I got ridges on 2 sides? Have I got them on 4 sides? How do I get my on and off? You explain.
So you've got the track is on all 4 sides, but then right in the corner here you have like a little break in that. So obviously you can clear cut that way and clear cut that way. So you haven't got to turn the ruler, you haven't got to manoeuvre anything. You can just clear cut all 4 sides because of the break.
Very, very clever bit of design. I'm just going to turn this around and hopefully you'll be able to see here. There's just, if I turn it, can you see there's a little break? I can just run my finger through it. There's a little break in the tracks, a little gap. Can you see that now? Very clever, and that's on all 4 sides. All 4 corners have that little gap. Very, very clever. That's your 12.5.
Yeah.
Really well thought out. Really well thought, because it's not a brand new brand by any means, is it? This has been around. And those who know. 9.5 inch square next, please.
Yeah, so same again, it's still got the track on all 4 sides, and then the cutouts then for the clear cut.
Brilliant. That's the 9.5 inch. And then one more, this is the 6.5 inch.
Yeah.
And again, this would be one I would instantly, I'd go for the large and the small, because you could be using this for squaring up your half square triangles, your quarter square triangles.
So you've got kind of best of both, really, haven't you?
Yeah, you really have.
Another thing with them, which we figured this out the other day, we were actually looking and we had one of their older rulers and it was different colours. So they have been improved to be able to see them on the light and the dark fabrics. Because I've had some rulers in the past that you've got to get another ruler because you can't actually see the markings. So if they're black on black, you just can't see. So obviously the blue sort of illuminates it to be able to see.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of products do sort of, you know, change over time a little bit.
Yeah,
they
as they grow, isn't it?
Yeah, and as companies get feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. That's the 6.5-inch square. Again, completely compatible with your TrueCut rotary cutter, but you could also use this with a standard rotary cutter as well. And you've still got things like those areas where you can actually put your fingers through to hold the fabric more firmly while you cut, which might be a benefit. Right, next up, let's just recap the starter kit for a second. So you have all of the bits and pieces. So it's good for left or right-handed cutters. Yep. If you could show us again, please, how you change the blade or how you go between with the track and without the track.
Yeah, sure.
But you get your gripper dots, you get your 6.5 by 24 ruler, your cutter and your storage bag.
So the rotary cutter has the track on at the moment. So if I want to change that back to a standard
just give us one step. That's it. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you just turn it one more time. So you've got your blade on one side.
Yeah, and the track.
Yep.
And then if I turn that over, you've got the quick release on the back. So with one sort of push.
I love that.
That then releases the track and the blade. So if I wanted to change blade, I just simply take off, put a new one on, and then pop that back on, and it just clicks into place.
That's the best bit for me, that
it's
little
easy.
click and it's done.
Yeah. If I was going between a left and right, so I just release that again and that comes off.
That?
Yeah, sure. So then this just slides off, and then this, give it a little wiggle. Oh, it's going to happen today, isn't it? Here we are. That just releases off. So now, turn that over, pop that in, and I'm just basically putting it back together, but the other way. Slide that into place, and then I'm going to go and put the blade and the track back on.
And now it's left-handed.
And now it's left-handed.
Absolutely brilliant. And if you want it without the track, with the track, it literally takes seconds.
Yep, so if we wanted that without the track now, back to like a standard one, I just release that there, and then I swap over from this one up to this one.
You've got it. Thanks.
And that then will click back into place. And you've got your standard. Another good thing with these, so obviously I know when you go into like a quilting class, all your accessories right on the table, and it's kind of free for all. But you can take this out, and as you can see, you can put your name on them. So nobody can walk home with your rotary cutter.
That's brill. I like that. I like that. Sam's rotary cutter, very much staking your claim.
Well, I was thinking on the other side, but do not touch. But, you know.
It's a little bit aggressive.
It's mine.
Good to know. We haven't got them on show today, but perhaps next time, is that there is a 60mm version and a 28mm version as well. So if you're thinking, well, I'd love to be able to have a 60mm for doing my borders and lots of strip cutting as well, well, we've got those. We'll get them in the future.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Fab. Could we see a little bit more cutting? I know that means that you need to change it back to right hand, but it doesn't take long at all, so I mean, it's another chance. Remember, you're making a saving with the starter kit. It should be over £70. You're paying £58.99, which actually, if it was an ordinary quality rotary cutter, a ruler and gripper dots in a bag, £58.99 would be an amazing price. This has got all the benefits of TrueCut. So this is ergonomic design. This is keeping your wrist straight while you're cutting. This is that quick release, easy pop, click. You've changed it over. So much easier than any rotary cutter I've seen. You've got the TrueCut rulers, which have the tracks, along the sides, that mean that your rotary cutter stays where it's meant to be, butted up the edge. And you can use it left or right-handed, okay? It's also got those holes in the middle so that if you want to put your fingers through and grip the fabric more tightly, you can. You can.
There is a 2-year warranty with them as well.
Oh, brilliant.
So if ever anything, then you just come back and we'll sort that for you.
Amazing. That's fantastic. Really cool. Could we see a bit more cutting?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
So obviously, again, got your fabric. I'm going to use this end of the ruler at the moment because that's got my grips on.
Yeah.
So just to show you that difference. So this end of the ruler hasn't got the grips on. And as you can see, I'm sliding all over. If I put this end on, I'm moving across the whole mat because the grips are on my fabric. So if I was to do any simple cutting, I'm going to release the guide, and then I've got the track system here, and I am just going to place that on there. And what you'll see, I can't go anywhere.
Right.
Okay, I'm not next to it where I can sort of veer off like this. I am fully on that track. Unless I physically lift my hand off, I'm going to have a straight line. So just place that back on. Little bit of pressure here on the top, nothing much. Clean cut, and you can hear it as well, which is always nice, isn't it?
Brilliant.
When you hear a nice clean cut.
Absolutely gorgeous, yeah.
And yeah, away you go. It is very straightforward.
What I can't take my eyes off is the position of your hand and wrist when you're cutting, because I know from decades of rotary cutting where my wrist is normally, and it is not in that lovely, natural, straight position, comfortable position.
Like this normally, aren't you? And you've sort of got so much pressure and you grip onto the cutter. But normally I would cut with my finger across the top, so just to show you there. But I will show as well if I'm to use my thumb. So I'm going to place my thumb on the top. And again, it's the same amount of pressure.
Yep.
Nice cut every time. It's very precise. Obviously, when you're doing your cutting, you're going to take a lot more.
Do you mind if I just have a quick...
No, you carry on.
I just want to feel...
You want to feel it?
So I'm looking as well and looking at it, and it does sort of look less effort. Oh, well, I've just put the card out. It does actually look like less effort to... It is less effort. It is a lot. It does feel like a lot less effort.
There's just no strain.
No, honestly, that's really interesting because that's one of the things I find, especially for beginners, getting the amount of pressure. Everybody kind of runs it along like this.
And then have to do it a couple of
times.
times.
And nothing's cut. They haven't cut a single thread. And I'm like, no, you need more pressure. You have to press down with your finger. This is literally just... That's phenomenal.
And obviously multiple layers as well, it'll do that, no problem.
Yeah.
Obviously depending how many layers you're going to go through. If you're going to be doing a lot of thick work, I'd suggest the 60.
I was going to say, if I wanted to use this for cutting something like a little bit thicker, like upholstery fabric or pleather or something like that, can I still use the TrueCut system?
Yeah, use it exactly as you would.
Something like Bosal in our form?
Yes.
You can still do, because I always say only ever attempt to cut a single layer if you're rotary cutting, but it's compatible.
Yes, definitely. With the Bosal, because it's got that sort of coating on the outside, definitely recommend the grips, because obviously you don't want it to be sliding on such thick foam. So I definitely recommend that. But what they are good at as well, so that was through the layers, no problem. But if you're doing free cutting, because you're able to manoeuvre the wrist a lot easier. So if I wanted to just...
Oh, yeah.
Again, not much pressure.
Yeah.
So it does just...
So if you're maybe like an improv quilter and you want to be able to create these more organic shapes, again, I like that a lot. Starter set's $58.99. You should be spending over £70 for this. And actually, if you bought the individual items, you wouldn't get the storage bag either, which is sturdy, beautifully made, zip-topped, sturdy handles. Love that. We're going to do the 60-degree triangle ruler next, I think. Is that what it's called? Does that make sense?
60 degree?
The equilateral triangle. There it is, the 60-degree triangle ruler. Yes, thank you. Right. Love rulers like this. Love rulers like this. So you've got your 60-degree equilateral triangle. Brilliant scrap quilting. Brilliant sewing strips together. then cutting out your triangle, then sew them together. You can create hexagons, pieced hexagons and the like. This one also has the track on all 3 sides, and it has, look, that break in the corner so that you can put your ruler in and take it out, sorry, your cutter in and out at each corner. Very clever.
And it's still sharp, it's a sharp point on it.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
don't lose the point.
Absolutely. 90-degree ruler next.
So the 90 degree.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
Fab. So whereabouts would you use something like this, for example?
It depends, really. If I'm absolutely honest, I personally never used this one.
Okay.
If I'm honest with you. But again, it's got exactly the same as what those ones have to offer.
I'm thinking really useful for doing things like trimming half-square triangles, especially if you like to trim them when they're still right sides together. So trim them before you press them. Then you can butt up and... Absolutely brilliant. Loads and loads and loads. If you're going for the starter set, we'll go back to that in just a second, but there is one more to go, which is the kite.
Yep.
Amazing. So you've got your kite-shaped ruler, faster cutting of triangles, diamonds, and patterns with 60 or 90-degree angles. You've got the break in each of the points so that you're able to maneuver your cutter easily. Fabulous. Oh, so clever. And then, of course, the starter kit that it's all about. What did we get inside the bag?
So inside the bag, we get the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. We get the 45 comfort cutter, and we also get a pack of the True Grips
Absolutely
for the
brilliant.
rulers. So it's a good starter kit, basically.
It's all about feeling more comfortable, so you can enjoy your craft for longer. And I'm talking about maybe like longer sessions, but also, you know, if you're having issues. Right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let's do the menu very quickly for tomorrow. I'm back in the morning, 8 a.m. We've got more gorgeous festive fabrics at 8. At 9 o'clock, Kerry Lord is here. It's a Toft Christmas. We'll be cracking out the crochet. She always brings the most incredible samples and projects for us. At 10 o'clock, I'm absolutely thrilled to bits. I'm going to be launching the brand new Brother NV 1100 sewing machine. We've never had it on Sewing Street before. I can't begin to tell you what an amazing machine this is. I'm going to show you at 10 o'clock tomorrow, dedicated hour to launch that machine and an amazing price. At 11 o'clock, Kerry is back with more Toft Christmas. And then at 12 o'clock, we're finishing off with a statement I think we can all agree with. We love Christmas. Well, thank you so much for sharing the morning. It's been an absolute roller coaster ride. It's been great fun. Thank you as well.
Oh, no, thank you.
And I'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning. Take care of yourselves. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for Hobby Maker, which comes up after this break.